author of 21st Century Superhuman. This is our 21st Century Superhuman show. And today I have with me a wonderful friend, Whitney Fisher. Hi, Whitney.
Hello. Hello, and everybody listening. And I wish I was right there with you.
Yeah, you are right here with us. We just can see your hands. And since you are the founder of Many Hands for Peace, I love it that we can see your hands.
The idea is it's going to take all of our hands. That's everyone. You know, you can't really put a name on that. So
that is right. Beautiful.
People will take pictures of their hands with the different things that they're doing and make posters and put it online.
That's beautiful. I know that's your idea, and we'll talk about that a little more as we get into the show. What we're going to talk about today, and I'm very excited, you're going to do a demonstration for us of how the plasma energy fields work and how we can implement tools in our lives to utilize this plasma energy field. And we're going to go on a little adventure with you and learn about that. First of all, I'd like to just have us have a quick conversation as we've been discussing. There's many people on the planet right now bringing forth elements of free energy devices. You know, sometimes people say to me, oh, well, energy isn't free. Well, we're just programmed that energy isn't free by people that have been charging us for energy for thousands, I don't know, hundreds of years, who knows how long in this planetary culture. But energy really is free. And as Nassim Haramein, who's a brilliant quantum physicist and a wonderful spokesman for modern quantum physics, says, there's enough energy in a cubic foot of space to run everything on Earth for 100 years. Wow. That's amazing, isn't it, Whitney?
It is absolutely amazing. And that is what we're learning to tap into, is these immutable forces of nature that just are. And like a magnet is going to be a magnet now and 100 years ago. And you can do whatever you want to. It's still going to be that magnet.
I love it. Yeah, in just a minute, I'll let you jump into the magnetical and gravitational fields, because I know you have a lot to say about that. And we want to know how these fields work. First of all, what I'd like to say is many people are bringing forth tools in this arena. And, you know, I have different people everywhere I go because I'm doing these shows and I talk to different people in different arenas. Some will say, oh, their stuff isn't as good as this other stuff, and this doesn't work the way I think it should, and blah, blah, blah. But we are in the middle of an awakening for humanity into a new understanding of science on planet Earth. We are grasping this idea that there's free energy at our disposal that we can access all the time. And I believe one day we'll know how to do that without mechanical tools even. But right now we're in the middle of developing all these wonderful mechanical tools that are going to help us access this free energy, run electrical devices in our homes. What's really neat is people like Mr. Keshe, who Whitney and I have both attended a lot of the knowledge seekers trainings with, and Whitney, I know you were also involved with, you know, you've been involved with some other devices, and I know your grandfather actually was a great student of Tesla's. So
and the quantum generator with Hope Girl and
right.
Yes.
So, you know, we have, one of the things Whitney and I discuss is it's time for us to stop being at odds with each other and telling each other how wrong we are, and say every person's got a piece of this puzzle. And we're taking what we've been learning from these teachings, and many people are expanding upon it and following their own exploration of it. And it is some of those explorations that we are going to present today. And they're not specifically just what Mr. Keshe is teaching, but his teachings, which are amazing in this field, have taught us, many of us, and because this is being done through open source, and Mr. Keshe is a nuclear physicist, because this is being done through open source and people are learning all around the world, we're learning to implement some things in a new way that is bridging us from our old system into a new way of being with the energy in this world. So, Whitney, do you have some things you want to throw in as far as that goes?
Yeah, this absolutely beautifully said, Cary. We are all, each of us, just individuals standing on this earth, and all of us are looking at now some dead ends and say, okay, well, we don't want to go down that dead end right now. We want to go towards something more positive. And so there are so many people, and I've had the pleasure of being able to travel and actually meet more people that are just like me doing what I'm doing in my town. You know, there's so many people out there that are doing something towards producing what they feel is a better future for the earth. And some of those are, you know, everything that I know, I really know from everybody else I've learned it from. And everybody has had their awakening process, and whatever their stage of their learning is. And so we're all doing this together, whether we know it or not. So this has been a beautiful unfolding in the idea of the free energy movement, and it's really access to unlimited energy.
Yes.
This energy is not energy. It's tangible in that you can feel magnetics and things, but it comes from a fifth dimensional. It's a fifth dimensional source of energy that we're trying to translate down into this physical reality. And that's kind of where is amazing about these free energy devices, is that they're only accessed through benevolence and compassion.
Yes, and that's a really important point. One of the things we're learning, both working with Mr. Keshe, and I know you're working with Mike Nashif, and and his adventures into the infinity process. But what our intent and our attention, our focus, our mind, our heart, our spirit applied to the use of this energy has a great deal to do with how it operates as well, correct?
Absolutely. The maker, the one twisting the wires and setting the intentions, has to absolutely.
Whitney, if you can hear me. We couldn't hear you until just now, so if you can repeat what you just said, and I will clip that part out.
Okay, where were we at?
I just said that it has to do with our energy, being applied, our intent, and our emotions.
Yes, okay. So what's, or wait, you tell me when to.
No, go ahead. So if you have anything to say about that, it is
the of all of this knowledge that's coming out now to everyone is really about us evolving together as a species, and we can see this progress that it takes a lot of courage for someone to stand up and start doing something different than what they see in the world around them.
It does, very much so.
Yes, and everyone is having their own experience in this reality. So in order to graduate to an adulthood, we're all going through all these experiences, and so anyway, I don't want to.
You're right. So Whitney, I think where you're going to is what I'd like to talk about for a minute too is how does this connect us with the idea of peace and bringing peace to the planet? Because you and I both know from working with plasma energy, as well as I have this discussion a lot with the other people that I'm working with, we begin creating a change just in the field that we live in. As we begin utilizing these plasma energy tools that put us into a more peaceful state, a more calm state, a more abundant state, even a state where we our synchronicities, our telepathic and psychic abilities seem to be enhanced. our ability to bring flow from the universe seems to be enhanced. So what's your experience with that?
My experience, so the human being, if we were creating this field of thoughts and emotions around us that create all these layers, and they come also in our DNA and through our bloodlines, and we've got a lot of layers that a lot of people have been resolving so that we can just be here now with each other.
Yes.
And it's hard because it does create, you know, a lot of drama. I mean, it's a lot of weeding through a lot of that stuff. But
Whitney, I talk a lot about breathing and smiling and canceling and releasing and letting go the old data that we're carrying around, because these are carried from our generations living outside of love in blame, fear, judgment, hostility, and control. And one of the really neat thoughts you brought up that I hadn't heard is, you said Mr. Keshe even says that those old emotions are almost, they're in a plasmatic, you know, container almost.
Yes, I mean, they create, you can't see them, but they create bubbles around you, and then they create blockages, like people say with Reiki and doing energy work, when you have a blockage somewhere.
Right.
And so that is a real thing. We're learning that it actually has some kind of substance.
Right.
You know, maybe nano, but it is something in there. And for the start of all of us, before we go anywhere, is we're well. At our very core, we are well. We are 100% first source, God spark energy. So everything is mistruth that we're unwell. So to find and root out all those mistruths, not in a blame thing. It's just about finding where we fractaled out in a different way from source.
Yes, absolutely.
Back, and then when you resolve it back, you feel good. I mean, your body feels more limber. You feel lighter-hearted.
Yes.
Energy work. You know, I've done sessions for many years now, but good energy work. The person gets off the table, and man, they just feel like a new person.
Well, the truth is, the same thing can be applied towards world peace. You know, we're carrying around these bubbles of ancient hatred, fear, you know, survival stuff. And as we begin to dissipate those within ourselves, we begin dissipating them culturally, and then taking ourselves.
We expand out in our community. You know, these communities, they really do start to develop a paradigm. There's individuals, they're thinking this thing and this person, and then they're thinking it together, and then there's more and there's more. And, you know, that's how these local cultures are started. So when someone comes into that existing energy field, there's a kind of a time of equation out, where everything kind of comes back into coherence. But you know, and that's why everybody's placed in towns across the entire globe, is that all of us, our light shines out from us into our whole entire town. And so when we're inviting these frequencies into our town, it's to provide them with the feeling of just feeling awesome in their body and feeling well, and dis-ease all dissipates in the higher frequencies.
Right. And what we're talking about is there's an actual science to this.
Yes, it's both. It's the the person that believes there's energy coming from their hands and they do Reiki. It is a scientific. It's a plasma. There are energy fields, you know, right here. I can feel them on my hand. So there's more to our physical body than we see, and most of us have been kind of getting to understand that, but there are layers, and they're created a certain way with the interaction of different elements in their electrical fields. So this is the information that Mr. Keshe is bringing forward is so absolutely amazing, a different way of viewing the atom.
Yes.
And everyone, Mike Nashif's information ties right into all of it, and seeing how an atom in the dark light and the light and the matter and the dark matter and the plasma interact. So we're getting all very close to having this in a way that people in their homes can actually understand what's going on with the gravitational magnetical pull and stuff like that. So
right. And I know the reason, I've even heard Mr. Keshe say the reason that he left, the traditional nuclear physics field was because he was having this awareness of the atom, of how the plasma fields work. And he knew he had to teach that and bring it forward. And then it was something that we're capable of understanding, not just something, that scientists needed to be doing in white coats in some laboratory somewhere, for big corporations. This is a understanding that humanity needs to get. And as we get this understanding, we will literally be able to transition into peace on planet Earth. And there's many aspects to this, many qualities to it, that even range from the ability to potentially shut down the ability for weapons to operate, which is amazing. Some of this was used on a U.S. Navy ship a couple of years ago, a year ago maybe, and not by Mr. Keshe, but in general, all this energy can also be used to clean up waters, and there's so many uses. But why don't you go ahead, Whitney, and kind of take us on your little journey here. I think what you're going to share with us is going to help us understand at a greater, a deeper, a more scientific level, how as we shift ourselves, we really do shift the world around us.
Fantastic. Okay, so what you're seeing here is a workspace, and from the perspective of you sitting and looking at this workspace. So this is the first time, I just wanted to say something about myself. I am not an expert, and I have been doing my own research and study, and I see what I see, I understand what I understand, and I am just genuinely not versed at getting this knowledge out. It's been a lot of learning and putting together a lot of pieces, and so I appreciate that anybody is so willing to engage you with learning these new things. And if any little part of what you see here can be added to how you see the world or help you in any way, that is the goal. And it's not about...
Yeah, Whitney, let me just say about you, I know that you're an avid student, and many of us have spent the last 6 months, 8 months, really immersed in many hours every week in class sessions with Mr. Keshe and in dialogue with each other in Skype rooms, in classes that each other have set up, in videos, in Facebook groups where there's a constant feed of information. So you're a great student, and you've been really, really immersed in these teachings. So I just want to say that about you in support of you. And also, you have a real knack for the technical end of things. I know I wanted to do this video with you because you have this grasp of these technical things in a way that I don't grasp them as easily as you do. So we've each got our talent, and it's by you sharing your grasp of these things that we're all going to learn something. So thank you for taking the time to do it.
Thank you. That's our shared journey. We want to turn on the quantum engine inside our heart, inside of our own self. So these devices are just a journey to show us more about how we work inside. And they aren't not needed. I don't have, but it's until we see people being able to shift their appearance and change their health and their bodies and live longer as evidenced on Earth. These things are just here to help us, and they just clear out those backlog of bubbles. But that does not mean, and I really would like everyone to think about this, is you have to be ready to have a device like this with you, because I'm just gonna
yes.
Any Keshe technology, any of this infinity, they're all plasma is plasma. All right. what it is going to do
So
is
let's just say, because we may have listeners who don't know, this is not a Keshe Magrav unit. And I know, Whitney, you've put together many coils, and this is a journey that Mike Nashif has gone down and has begun making these, and they're kind of a derivation that's come out of his knowledge with the Magrav unit. So we have many ways that this is going to take on expression. So go ahead.
this is just a very basic something that people can make in their home that has all the same components of the gravitational magnetical circle 8s. And that's what all these gravitational magnetical coils are doing. But to go back to what I was trying to relay here is that to have any of these devices is a choice that you want to move forward in your development, because it's going to help you bring out some emotional blockages and things in your bodies that there isn't a get past go box where you're going to make a box and all of a sudden you're going to become, Jesus. As far as, your body ascending and everything, it's a gradual process. This is a biological process. So when you have a device, be it a Magrav, be it this, be it a Circle 8 healing coil, a healing pen, it all represents a choice to step forward. And so just know that now there'll be some emotional things to come up, but you'll be able to see it. You'll be able to see why, and just let it go. It's just part of getting all of this stuff out of us. And the crying or the laughing, laugh it out, that's we're getting this stuff out of our bodies so that we can be right here together and have a good time. So anyway, with the whole idea with the many hands is just there's so many ladies involved. There's a whole bunch of ladies that have been doing exactly what Cary presented earlier, which is we've all been studying this technology from every different aspect. And we got together as a group called the Goddesses of Gans and want to simplify different aspects of this plasma technology so that we can help people really apply it in a mass way, and that's the idea of many hands. It's everyone, and it's just really a working simple way that can be given to someone. And so there is a whole group of ladies, and we decided to move forward with the Many Hands for Peace idea. And we just started setting up, websites and things like that. It's just growing organically. It's going how it's going. So I really approached Mike Nashif's work in the spirit of how can I relay this works simply and easily. And also out of my own interest, because a lot of some things just came clear. There's just little pieces that came clear. And as far as just really being consistent, we were at this workspace here. And if you can kind of consistently, here's your left hand and here's your right hand. And I'm just going to show you how to bend and twist wire consistently one way so you can understand which way you're bending the wire. Because we have different sources of, gravitational or magnetical. So left, as far as infinity goes, which I don't have an infinity right here. Plasma is going to flow from left. It's gravitational. So your left hand is always your source. It's your negative.
Do you have an infinity that you could get, Whitney?
I'm sorry?
Do you have an infinity loop that you could get and set there?
I actually twisted one last night, and I don't know where I put it.
Oh. No worries. It's all right. I thought if people could see it, that would be neat.
Yes, I actually think you're right there. So, there it is.
Oh, good.
Okay. So there's just the start of an infinity, right, on one side. We can finish it out here. We can kind of see it more. So your infinity is the basic circle at its very core. It's a circle, and then it's twisted in the middle. So the 0 point energy that we're all looking at, I've got hot glue on my fingers, sorry, is right in the middle. It happens between...
Yeah, if you set it down maybe and get it beyond your fingers, that would be good. Yeah, cool, go ahead.
So the 0 point energy is right in that crisscross. And, you know, this is that basic toroidal field that's around everything, from the earth, everything that we know down to the very, very, very small. So that toroidal field is comprised of gravitational magnetical forces that keep that going. And so, yeah, the energy starts right in the middle. And we give it purpose when we take it and we give it a direction out. But it is, if I was like to actually make this circle a circle here, you're keeping that energy inside this circle.
Whitney, this is really interesting because one of the things I teach in my book and my workshops is that at 21 days, you know, after conception and the human body is being formed and the sperm and the egg have come together and blah, 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 after 21 days, the heart begins to beat. And I'm really seeing the heart as an infinity device, because the way that they show the beat of the heart, literally a torus field is formed at that point, and it's a torus field that walks through life with us. And I keep looking at your arrows and I'm seeing the veins and the arteries, and I'm seeing the auricles and the ventricles, you know, almost like it is an infinity device, the human heart even being an infinity device.
It's all fractal out of that.
Yeah.
You know, it's this basic form of the structure. So it's hydrogen, from what I understand. You have, okay, so here's one plasma. Imagine this infinity has a circle around it, and that is one plasma, or one neutrino, or one Gans. And so it has a gravitational magnetical flow through this here. And I'm just learning this myself. So what I'm learning is that if you consistently hold your infinity with your source hand, so the open ends, these guys, the tips are going to be in your left hand. And then if you turned with your right hand clockwise, which look, it's can't, or else I'd kind of destroy it. This is a counterclockwise right hand turn, so this makes this a magnetical overall device. If I could turn this, I can make it differently. I just had it, you know, you can. Okay, I just switched that around, but just that matters, right? So now I've got the ends in my source, my gravitational side, and I'm going to turn clockwise. Here's my right hand, and you can see the wires bending over it. So that's gravitational. So this is an overall gravitational device, turn clockwise. So making the infinity devices, we're always holding the source ends with the left hand, and turning, the power to turn comes from your right hand, and you turn clockwise. So that you have that gravitational in there. So does that help a little bit? Because what I'm understanding is they're just different kinds of forces. I mean, magnetical, if we wanted, that's like propulsion or pushing things or moving things. So in our health devices, really focusing on more of a gravitational energy. Anyway, your infinity.
And why are you bringing up infinity? How does that relate to magnetic and gravitational?
Okay, so with these, okay, so say you've got your outside, inside Keshe coils, right?
Right.
It's the field between these that we're looking at harnessing.
Nice.
And so we are creating many of these circle-eight figures here.
Nice.
And we're learning what that is. So your plasma is created out of the interactions of fields of interactions of elements. So you've got your basic elements, carbon, hydrogen, or what is it, a basic of light, the CHON, carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, and CHON, oxygen. And together, they emanate fields out. And then these fields, they get to where they touch each other, and they interact, and then they create something else there. Then that something else interacts, that creates, and then, so that's what they say 4 creates the soul. So 3 interactions creates the emotional center, and then 4 creates the soul. So we're looking at the scientific, this is not supposed to be a whole, course on plasma, but how everything's created out of the interaction of the fields.
Nice.
On that one. So yeah, that's what we're interested in, what's going right and left, because we want to create a balanced gravitational magnetical field. We want to be right here, and so we want to learn how we can keep that field balanced, and then how we can push it, pull it, move it up, move it down, and all with understanding things on an atomic level.
So the left or the red is magnetic, and the right and the blue is gravitational. Is that right?
Other way.
Other way. So the left is
gravitational, and the clockwise, and right is positive, and it's magnetical.
So say that one more time. You glitched out a little bit. So the left is?
So the left is your plasmatic negative in. It's gravitational.
And is that counterclockwise?
And the right is your positive out. It's magnetical, and it's counterclockwise.
Gotcha.
So there's some, and below this video, there'll be some links for you guys to see afterwards. There's just this little thing I've put together called Helpful Hints. And it is just a list of kind of left and right gravitational, magnetical, and your salt. Your salt is as far as polarity goes, is more gravitational. Washed Gans, that's why washed Gans would be a positive energy field, while the gravitation will be a negative energy field. But we don't want to focus on negative as that word negative that bigs up things. It just does something else, So positive, negative, just way of delineating what something is kind of feeling and doing. So the project of the day, which is to actually build, if we could, at least show as much of building one of these infinity Q units as we can. This is matter state. All right, everything you see here is in a matter state. That's matter, physical matter. Matter has an overall charge, an overall positive charge. So, but there's more to this matter. There's also antimatter or dark matter. So that's where we can't see that this has also dark matter, where dark matter doesn't, it's just not a, nasty, evil thing. It's not about darkness. It's just about being the opposite. So,
and that is the dark matter is gravitational, right?
Matter would be dark matter.
And can you add magnetic and gravitational to your words there?
Okay, sorry. Yeah, perfect. So this is a positive magnetical, just in its beingness, matter. I'm going to change the polarity into a gravitational polarity by changing it into a nano-coated state.
Cool. And we've all nano-coated a lot, those of us doing this work.
Nano-coated a lot. So that's why I'm not going to totally do the whole nano-coating thing, but I did want to show a quick process, because the nano-coating, everything you put into this nano-coating process, then just like the stomach breaks everything down into its very smallest molecules, and then it takes that that element or that element. It doesn't. If you had a cheeseburger that was organic and cooked, organic cheeseburger and a McDonald's cheeseburger, there are elements that are just going to end up being the elements out of that. It's not going to have like a McDonald's element or organic. It's going to be the element. Does that make sense? I'm not saying that that it's good to eat both those things, but your stomach digests everything down to these very, very tiny, the very basic building blocks. And then it takes those things. So if in your caustic, this is where a lot of creativity can come, is in putting things into the caustic that are good for your body, and your body could use the energy of, like a complete multivitamin. If taking a whole plant, say a really healing plant, and taking the roots and everything and chopping that up and putting that in here, there are different ways to give more energy to the nano coating, and that nano coating makes this wire super conductive. So it unpacks the carbon molecules, and it creates this blackened layer that it's so small that, when it's, Mr. Keshe says, when you can see it black is when it has 30 to 40,000 layers on it. So there are a couple different ways to nano coat,
and Whitney, let's just say really quick, doing the nano coating is actually literally expanding the atoms, correct?
Yeah, like unpacking them.
Right. And then it's also, you said it makes the wire superconductive, and that would be to anything, or is it superconductive to plasma energy?
It's like I view it like one of those bullet trains that rides on magnetical energy.
Right.
It creates a really, from what I understanding, we want to connect to everything around us, with that everything around us that can boil the world's oceans for a year, whatever, that cubic, that
right.
energy. We're trying to get nano very small to connect more with that. And so when we do that, in my mind, it is absorbing the radiant heat from a radiant, not heat, but energy from all around it. And it also makes this, well, I didn't want to go there quite yet, but you can simply nano coat. This is wood ash. Wood ash that I strained out all the big pieces, and I have a jar of it, and I just put a teaspoon in there, and then the most basic nano coating is simply that. Stick the wire entirely underneath the surface of the wire there. Now that may be too easy, but it's not. This is now nano-coated. This now is gravitational, because nano is so small that even though it looks like a really, you know, nice surface there, it's in all those tiny, tiny crevices, all right? So anybody in the very basic can do that.
I love that. And one of the people that I did a show with, Libby, is it's all about natural nano coating. So I can put that link under this video, but that's a nice thing to know about.
Nice new recipes coming out. Everybody's cooking in their homes. It's awesome.
But I love it too that you are explaining that we can add different things to the caustic that you're going to show now, in order to add qualities like herbs or foods or whatever, gemstones or whatever, so that we're literally adding qualities to this unit that we're making that can nourish us in a whole nother way than what we're used to.
And in your health pen, it's taking that energy and shooting it into your body. So you know, there's another thing though, is that it also follows your intention. So I really follow the intention that every single, you know, caustic nano-coated item can do exactly what it needs to do with what it has. But I'm definitely looking I want to try to get the Manitech vitamins. They're really great vitamins. I want to get a couple days worth of those and make a nice caustic, because it would be nice to cover as many of the, you know, things. And this is also, just to show you this part, so you can ash water, or you could use activated charcoal and do it that way. What I've been doing is dipping my entire reel before I get going. I'll dip my entire reel of wire into the ash water. So that's one way of nano coating. And another way would be a chemical process that's more like the stomach. So the using of the lye and the potassium hydroxide. So lye comes like this, and just little granules. I get this from Amazon, from Molly's Products, and it's 100% food grade lye. That's upside down. And it's a salt. It's NaOH. Then you have potassium hydroxide. And you're going to use, I always use less of this, so you don't have to have as much. It's called KOH. There's a lot in potassium that's good for helping pain. And so what I've been doing is doing double the amount of the lye. So this is a 1/4 of a cup. This would be an 1/8 of a cup. And you'd be heating up some water on the stove right now. You want a boiling water. And I just have this jar because this is actually kind of the more the size you want. This is pretty big. But we're not going to pour that much water in here. So just wanted to show that. But I definitely, it spits a lot because this is a salt and it accelerates, it actually makes it hotter than the boiling water you put in it. It has a chemical reaction. So when you pour these guys in here, and then you put in whatever you want as far as eggshells, or I had some green algae stuff they put on food, you know, things that are really high in minerals and things that we need for our body. So you can kind of make your own mixture, and really it's your kind of loving intent too. So that's where it gets down to it. But the very basic to have would be the lye and the KOH. So that's where you can start. So to do this, you'd boil hot water. on the stove and get it rolling, boiling. You have your salts in here, and then you would take this, and you have to know that the vapors can really hurt you. So you want to make it sure you're outside and you're downwind or upwind or something like that, and wear plastic gloves. And you can gauge it. You know, I'm pretty comfortable now without wearing a face mask, but I wore a face mask for a while. And it's just really not to breathe the fumes, so you can get out of the way of that. But you would pour your boiling water in and let it have its reaction. It's gonna spit all over the place, and then pour some more and let it spit. And the reason why you use a mason jar is that this is meant for high temperatures. This is going to accelerate it hotter than boiling. So you want to realize that you don't want to touch it. You want to be able to be out of the splatter area here, but pour some in until you get it. So then you're going to have a caustic solution, and that will last a long time. So you don't have to make these caustic solutions all the time. I'll show you. This is the one that I've been using that I put together about a month ago. Oh, upside down. That better? So this has turmeric, algae, vitamin mix, and some MJ. So whenever I'm going to nano coat, and the reason we're talking about this first is because as you get into making these things, it's nice to have this done first so it's ready for you when you're at that point. Any health pens that I have or anything that I want to nano coat, I dip it physically in here. And if it's too long, I turn it over and dip it, you know, and I just make sure it's really nice and dipped. And then you just take a plastic baggie and put that item in the bag. And then the nano coating grows. And what I do is I leave these out on my deck for about 3 or 4 days. Interaction with the sun, and you know, you can just watch it over the couple of days grow this really nice coating. And it might grow, you know, faster or slower for some people, but it really does prefer to be in an area that's warm. So
nice. So Whitney, you're really doing the cold caustic method as opposed to the steam caustic method. And it's funny because I've been doing the boil caustic method, or, you know, the steam, adding the boiling water to a crock pot with my stuff in it, and then steaming a couple of times. And I've always thrown my stuff away. So I love it that you're making it more complex, your caustic solution, and you're keeping it and reusing it. I think that's great.
And of this solution, we'd take just a quarter cup or even less, an eighth of a cup or a couple tablespoons actually, and put it in here and fill the rest with distilled water. So it's really powerful. And then when, you know, sometimes you check your bags and there's some spots that aren't, you know, getting the coating you want, and you just put a couple sprays in the bag and close it up and let it sit for another day. So, you know, about this goes a long ways. And you can also, once this is you just made it and it's boiling hot and it's sitting there, you can take a couple tablespoons of that and put it into the ocean water, and do ocean water Gans like that. So that's as far we're going into. There's lots of videos on the internet about doing nano coating. So
that is awesome. That's super awesome. Thank you for. Just to ask, do you have any idea how they make food grade caustic?
I just messed up the camera.
Nope, it's all good.
All I know is that the first time we got a thing of Drano. And that drain opener, and I inhaled some powder from that, and my head hurt like crazy. So I just would rather have less chemicals, and but
I love it. It's great.
the easiest thing to do is to go to the plumbing supply, and you can normally find, the lye as a drain opener product.
Right.
And you can try to get it as 100% as you can, but just be careful with yourself. And this is the way your body digests stuff. I mean, so you get it on your skin, and it's just not going to be so good for you. And everybody is experimenting in their own homes, and so you just have to know that take precautions with yourself, and that everybody's doing this in their own personal responsibility and liability. In that end. Okay, so we talked about the caustic first, because now we have the caustic ready, and we can start to make the wires for the device, and then we can dip them. There's kind of a couple stages to go in, and there's a couple days in between the stages. So it's not a right, it doesn't flow correctly just in one day. You can't just go make it in one day. Now, you could just go make it in one day if you're going to nano coat your wire. And this is just 18 gauge copper wire. And this is actually given as part of the Many Hands for Peace, where people will send me wire or materials, and I'll mix them for them. So we're not using the 14 gauge. We're going to actually, like the Keshe coils, we're using just normal 18 gauge wire. And it's a lot easier kind of to move and to move around, and it's easier to get on the internet for sure. But what we're making is called an Infinity Q, which is a device that can provide additional power source for the home. It can help you become smarter. Like Cary and I were talking earlier, this is about us expanding ourselves. And so this is going to help us in that journey. It is not something that represents your higher self. It is merely a device to help you connect more with you. So that's why I feel comfortable making them from other people, because at first I was, really starting to think about the plasma technology. I can't make something, that is that for someone else. That's their creativity needs to do that. But now I can kind of see how it's just going to help people. And as long as they know that going into it, then they have full information to move with. So, okay, we're going to start making this. The device is actually made of a box within a box. So we're going to make a box, and then we're going to make a box around it. And the box is going to be basically these circle capacitors. So we have the outside of the box that you can see here, but there's also what's inside the box. And really, the box itself doesn't have to be there. It's more for us to understand that there's a box there. I have a device so this one is made without the box, so that you might be able to see a little bit better. There's an inside, and then there's an outside. And there's even a crystal in there. So we're going to use the Infinity to create a box that traps, well, maybe not traps, but it tracks down the plasmatic energy and holds it there, and then it's able to condition and then expand out. So the box inside has to be smaller or less field interactions than the outside box. Inside, there's 4 of these, and I know they look a little alien. You get crazy with this glue, man. You get going with the hot glue and you can't put it down. It's almost addictive. But kind of what I was aiming for is to be able to trap the moisture that is in the capacitor battery here. And you'll be able to see this a lot clearer in a second. So I'm sorry if you guys can't understand what you're looking at quite yet, but we'll get there. This is a long ways down the track. And then inside, you can put a Gans ball, you could put crystal, you know, you can put something inside the box. So we're gonna put that down for now. Okay. So the infinity Q we're gonna make out of only 2 pieces of wire. And that's what is just so amazing. We're gonna wrap all those things that we just saw with only cutting this wire twice. So here's a way to start. Here's your left hand. Here's the source end. Oops, sorry. Your wire always comes from your left. So this end is my magnetical. If I cut this end right here, it would be my gravitational. So if you always keep your wire reel down on your left-hand side, then you can always kind of see where you're going with the energy. All right, so I'm just gonna kind of take some wire off that, just let it get out. And I've already dipped this into ash water.
So Whitney, if you hadn't, I mean, would you necessarily do your regular nano coating of this wire first or after? You've dipped it in ash wire, but are you going to do regular nano coating as well? I should just let you go because I'm sure you'll tell us. But.
No, please, because it's really interesting to talk, but then you realize, you know, anyway, yeah, I'm glad you're there. What I guess I just do it for good measure. I dunk it in the ash water, but I like the caustic nano coating process. That process makes the wire so that, all right, it blackens it.
But the question is, you'll do that later, right? Is that correct?
Yes, yes, that will be one of the steps later. First, we're gonna wind what we see here.
Okay.
The blackened layer there, it actually helps with the electricity going through the unit. Now, I'm not recommending anybody go touch this, but you have to really scrape that layer off with like something like a metal, you know, scrubby to get a voltage meter reading. If there's an electrical current running through this wire, this is almost like coating that comes on a coated wire. I am making sure that in the devices I'm building that I'm covering everything with hot glue right now, because even though they are nano coated, I just don't want any issues or problems to come up. So I'm kind of being overly, you know, zealous about it on that. So this process of making the Q is really organic, and you need to have 2 measuring devices. So I found 2 in the kitchen, and those are the measures. And this is going to be the circle for the outside, or one, and then two of these circles are smaller inside this box. So you need a smaller one that'll fit inside the larger one. So
nice.
I should have gone over that to begin with, but you want to find a container. If you want to make it in a container, or you can just glue it together like the other one I've got there. But if you want to make one, you need to find a container with a square box, and then find something that will take up the side of that box, and that'll be your measuring tool. And then that one a little bit smaller. So we're going to start making these circles that go around the sides of the box. And so in my hand, I'm going to hold the right magnetical, and I'm going to give it some room to have this is going to be the connection that goes to the electrical cord. So I'm going to measure this, and I'm going to give it a little bit of an inch because the wire tends to suck up as you go. And this is going to be my, what we're going to call a quad core, the start of it. The reason I'm going to go this way, so we have a magnetical out. Here's our source wire. The energy is going this way. Now I'm going to turn and make another line. Now we're talking about layering layers. So now I have one that going this way and one's going this way. So I have a gravitational and I have a magnetical.
Now, did you twist that?
Okay, so your wires coming in from the source side and going to here, that's gravitational. When you bend it and you come back this way, it's a magnetical. And then you bend it again, if you come back this way, then you have a gravitational. So you're looking at the number of field interactions that you have. You have a gravitational, you have a magnetical, you have a gravitational. That's expanded out so you can see it. There's three field interactions. And we're going to make a quad core, which would be 4 field interactions. So we're going to bend it back again. All right, so now what we have is 2 gravitational and 2 magnetical lines. And this is called a quad core for field interaction. So the field interaction 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay. So I have my source end. Here's my wire tips on my left side. I've got my magnetical end here, and I'm just going to get this put in here. You just put it inside of the chuck of your drill.
You're off screen there with that, Whitney.
Okay, I'm just trying to get it on the drill.
All right.
Back on. Okay, so all I did here was put the ends right in the drill there and tighten it down. And I'm going to hold this in my left hand, and this is another clue for doing it consistently, is to have your drill in your right hand. The power to turn comes from your right hand, and it's always going clockwise. So I got my drill on forward there. And oops. Okay, that's it.
Wow, that's a good wind there. Quite a bit of winding.
Yes, so that would be clockwise wound. This is what's called a quad core. You could use this as a healing pen also, but it's 4 wires, and we're going to continue on and do a set of 6 and a set of 4. So if you think of a box inside the box inside needs to have 4 of these, and we're going to make 2 longer ones and then 2 shorter ones for that inside one. And then the outside box will all be the same size, called the capacitor ring. So there'll be 6 of these because there's 6 sides of the outside of the box. So we can actually, I can do one more of these just to kind of show it. And
yeah,
then
that would be great. So we see what you do next. That would be awesome. Because I'm having a hard time picturing how you would run the drill on the next phase.
Yeah, I know I'm jumping around here. I'm
No,
sorry,
no, 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 no. It's good. It's great what you're doing.
but it is a little, need to see it a little bit more. Okay,
Yeah.
so now we're on the same wire. If I had a box in front of me, hold on one second. I have all these glass boxes. Okay. So our measuring tool, well, I put everything all around already. Fit on the side of the box. This guy is going to be in a circle. On one side of this box here. And then, so you kind of want the next one to start about here, because you want this wire to be able to go around the side.
Interesting.
Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. So there's we're going to change these quad cores into plasma capacitor batteries by putting paper and aluminum on them and little wires. So this is a core. This is just like a coil. It has an undetermined number, so your creativity just made that. No one's looking and counting the number of turns, or there's no ruler here saying that this was 5 inches exactly long. So it's fine to be exactly creative of however it ends up being for you. And that's what I really like about this idea. So, okay, we're just going to measure out about that much. So that's what we want between them. All right.
Wrap it around the jar for your starting measurement. That's cool.
And then I just added a little bit of an inch. It all gets turned into a circle in the end there, so it's kind of it's okay if it's a little uneven, All right.
Yes.
There is two field interactions. Now bend it back again. There's Trinity wire, 3 field interactions.
So Whitney, what's appealing to me about this, it's a little more simple and a little more creative maybe than a Magrav unit. And I mean, I still wrestle with the drill in those 14 gauge wires and getting coils made. So,
I wrote specs. I've hand wound over 80 Magrav coils. I've got them hanging here too, and I love them.
I know, you're amazing.
It's just easier. It's just completely based on your what you do, what you feel led to do. And really, I even turn my eyes away from how many count. I mean, I don't look at this when it's being wound. I don't want to know.
A person really could do that. What you do with the drill, they could do that by hand.
Yes, they could. The only thing you want to do is make sure that whatever's holding the wires is holding on the left, and whatever's twisting is twisting on the right.
Correct.
So here we've got the next one.
Wonder if that would make it a little harder for a lefty.
I had a wonderful gentleman contact me who has one arm.
Mm.
And, you know, I can't even imagine the difficulty of living without two arms. So you'd have to find a lot of ways, like a vise on the, you know, one side, or I guess that doesn't have to do with lefty, but you'd have to, you know, kind of really work on how you'd have that, but still could do it. A lot of work. Okay, so I don't know if we need to continue doing this. Is it pretty clear that we're going to make 6 of these? We're just going to keep going. We're going to make 6 of them.
And so you're going to run another segment around the edge of the box to give you your distance apart.
Uh-huh.
And you're going from the middle of one panel to the middle of the next.
Yeah, and if it's a square, you know, theoretically it should be the, you know, you can give yourself a little extra room.
Right.
What I'm thinking is that these come up a little bit here. So actually, yeah, measure a little bit.
And after that, you begin bending your 4 segments.
Yes. So you can kind of do that too. I get a little more, it retracts where it winds up, it kind of shortens a little bit. And there's a lot of extra wires that start moving around when you've got a couple of these wound.
And then at the far end, you leave how much, about the same coming out the other end like you did on the first end, or?
So out of the far end, you always leave the source end longer.
Mm-hmm.
Loop it. So then you can always know what it came from.
Good. Good
so,
tip.
Yeah, always use the source end longer and loop it.
Perfect. Yeah, you could probably, I think, go on to your next step. It's fun watching you do this, though.
It's pretty addictive, and that, you know, what's neat for health pens and stuff, you can use a smaller gauge wire and make a longer one. Make it, you know, your royal cubit length, whatever is from fingertip to fingertip of each person, you know, it's your own. You can make it that length, as long as you can hold one side with pliers and the other side with the gun. You can make a really long one and then wrap that around to make in neat designs to make a health pen. All right, so one more here. Okay, so that's your basic quad core. And not so difficult to do. You can twist it enough to snap it. So, you know, you're going to end up with a train of 6 of these and a train of 4 of these. And you're going to see more of it. Just I have some that are nano coated here that we're going to use. So you
Why a train of 6 and a train of 4?
So inside we're going to have 4 and outside 6.
Oh, so you're making 2 separate wires. One will have 4 and one will have 6.
Yeah. And the one that has 4 is called the core.
Okay.
And then the one outside is called the capacitor ring. So if we talk about core, that means the 4 one in the middle. And we talk about capacitor ring, we talk about the outside.
Great.
Okay, so I'm going to put this one down for now. And to the best of ability, when touching nano coating, really like to wear gloves.
Right, and the reasons are?
Gosh. Well, I mean, in general, it's just like if you're picking up a barbecue grill that's been, blackened. Is it gonna bite you? I no. um, but what I think is that our energy can really inform these things.
Right. So you're trying to keep your bodily oils and your own touch off of it to keep it a little more neutral, right?
Keep it more neutral. Keep it, and you can draw blood pretty fast too. And if you ever draw blood with a nano-coated device, that is yours. Just don't give it to someone else. You don't know what kind of genetic information, is in there, or that, yeah, we just don't want to do that. I'm sure that some scientists will go there, but I don't know. I don't want to go there. But I think there is a merit to putting, like, if you're creating your own device, there'd be a merit to pricking yourself with blood for your own device to inform it on how best to help you.
Right. So
Okay,
that looks really nice. So you nano-coated in a Ziploc, that whole batch of stuff?
Yep. Just took the wires, put them in a Ziploc, or actually dunked them in the cold caustic solution and put them in the Ziploc.
And then how many days approximately? I know you're in a cooler climate, but you kept.
I know there's quick, easy, whatever, but there's something to them being out in the outside elements, soaking up the sun, and you kind of got to look at it and make sure you don't have any shiny spots.
Right.
Just so you want it to be the best it can be.
Right.
I think that, yes, you can grow nano coating in a couple hours, but we're talking about a device that is going to last for a very long time. And so I let nature have its a little bit more time.
Nice.
I didn't point this out earlier because I wanted you to be able to see it. So now we've got 6. There's the gravitational side, and it's looped. And here's the magnetical side, and it's shorter and just left out. Now these are all kind of the size of that box, but this is double here between the last one. So that's pretty important to know when you're making the capacitor ring.
Great.
Is that on the outside of the box, one has to be longer because you've got to flip it up and create this, have to get it to land where it's the top of the box. This one's going to be the top.
Cool.
Of the box. So having this extra wire here is really super helpful. So what you're seeing right here is the outside layer. And this would be the inside. So all these quad cores. So we're looking at using the structure of light to trap light so we can access the plasma. Now here you can see there's 2 that are shorter and then 2 that are longer. And you'll actually see why later, because these guys,
Are you frozen, Whitney?
can you hear me?
Yeah, you just went blank for a minute there. So now you're on again. And I'm just going to say, try and keep moving if you can. I mean, just for the sake of length,
Yeah, there's a lot to bite off and chew.
It is. It's awesome. It's fantastic. I love it. But let's start up again, whatever you were saying. I'll clip this part out of it.
Oh, okay.
So we saw you just show it to us and you wound it and then you went blank. So
I'm just showing you how this is going to end up kind of looking to create a box. Okay.
great.
So basically creating a box of mirrors that's going to mirror the energy into the center. You have a mirror, 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 then you're going to have 6 of them around. So you're going to compress that energy into the center.
That is amazing. And what it makes me think of is how our energy is mirrored back from the hologram.
Yeah, yeah. So these little guys, we're going to wrap with paper towel and silver, just aluminum foil. And I've already kind of pre-cut that stuff, so I'll show it to you.
And so, Whitney, I am going to put a link to a Google Doc under this video, and people will have, I saw you had all the instructions neatly written out for them to follow. So you kind of have a guide already written up.
There is kind of a manual flow. It's a draft, but anybody can access it now, you know, just knowing that it is a work of art in progress.
Great.
And so that you'll be able to have a flow to it. It is quite a bit to try to stick into one show, especially when there's so much awesome stuff going on. So I'll just kind of go through the next steps and see how, I don't know, how is our time? What are we at now?
I'm not really sure exactly when we started. I think we might be an hour and a half.
Okay. All right. So, okay. Now, also, before I jump out of the whole matter state version here, which would be the ones that we just wound, all right? We also have to make some small, thin little wires that are going to get wound around these capacitor batteries. So you can get 22 gauge, something smaller. I actually don't know what gauge this is. It's fine to not know that. You just want something smaller than the 18 gauge. I got a whole bunch of these at the recycle center. There was probably, well, this is almost the end, but for $5, I probably got this much. And I've used a lot of it. So I just taken the wire off of here and made paint pens, made, you know, everything. So we're going to cut up about 70 of these little things.
Wow.
And you don't want an exact measurement, but about 9 inches is kind of what I saw was the best size. We're going to cut up that many. Well, there's a choice that goes in here, and I'll just, here's the choice. This is where we're going towards. These little guys, you're going to put paper onto the quad core, and then you're going to put on half of it aluminum foil. And then you're going to wrap these little wires around, and you want to have an uneven number. So you either have 4 here and 3 here, or 2 here and 3 here, or whatever you want. But it has to be different. It creates a potential difference for the plasma flow. So whatever you choose, be consistent through that whole device. If you're going to do, you know, whatever you're going to do. So on this one, you know, I'm a glutton for punishment, so I'm like, yeah, 7. So that's why there's 70. Because I have 1, 2, 3, 4, plus another 6. So I have 10 quad cores I've got to wrap with 7 wires.
So are you saying a person could use just 2 or 3 wires in that same position that you're putting 7?
Yes.
Okay.
So you could use, here's 4, you could use 3 here and 2 here. You see the difference between this right here? Here's paper. The paper goes all the way through, but now here's aluminum foil.
Oh, I see where you say half. I didn't quite get it at first. So the lower half is aluminum foil and the upper half is paper.
Is paper. And the
Okay.
paper is positive. It's a matter state, so it has a general positive. Water is positive. So it's wet paper, and I actually am putting some Gans on that paper, some CO2 Gans as I go to make it wet, and then I'm wrapping it. So just as far as on the stages of the device, when you get to this point before you're nano coating, you have to kind of know how many little wires you want. And you can do like I did, which I just got nuts.
But you are putting the same number of wires on each segment.
Yes.
Okay. So you
Yes.
might pick 7, you might pick 6, you might pick 4.
Right.
Okay.
Well, you want to do an odd number.
You want to do an odd number. Okay.
You just want it uneven. You
Okay.
don't want so you want, like, here's 4 and here's 3.
Okay.
3 here and 4 here, or 2 here and 3 here, but you just wanted an uneven number.
Okay.
So those also would go in dipped into the caustic, all these little guys, and let to nano coat with the cores as well. So I didn't want to get too far before I explain that part. So when you're at that stage, you're going to have a couple days after you cut up all the stuff and you got it nano coating. There's a couple more days. You can do some things in the interim. You can cut up little pieces of paper and aluminum foil to be wrapping. This, I just took the paper towel sheet, and had 3 or 4 paper towel sheets and just cut them together. So here's your paper. That's just one. Can you see that well?
Yeah.
And the foil, again, all this doesn't have to be measured, but you're going to be wrapping this around a wire, so you don't want it too thick. It'll make it too hard to wrap, but you want it, inch and a half. Or
What kind of paper is it, Whitney?
that's paper towel.
Okay.
You can use toilet tissue. You can use a baking paper.
Now, could you dip it in Gans water before you wrap it, or you think it's better to wrap it and then dip it?
Well, this would just turn to mush.
Right.
I dipped it beforehand.
Got it.
So I'm using a little dripper thing and dripping it on.
Okay.
And this is, let's see, so here's your aluminum foil. This is half of the sheet, So I just cut long, a big fat strip, but this one right here, I want to show you guys. It's actually a little bit wider than you think. It's like double, so it's like an inch and an inch, and then you fold it. So that's not just, and if you just cut a strip and you don't have a folded strip, it's, your device is still going to work. My first one was like that, and my second one.
But you are now using folded strips?
I'm sorry?
You are now using folded strips.
Yes, yes. So and this was the original instructions. I just didn't see that when I did my first one. What I've done is I've actually dipped all of this, because your aluminum is going to hold in the fields in that battery capacitor. I've dipped it in ash water to make it more gravitational. So all of these have already been dipped in there, but I just, dip it in the ash water. So I'm going to get the Gans down. Hold on. I'll just wrap a couple and show you how to do that part.
Okay.
And all right. Thank you, everyone, for just holding in there on the flow of this. So this is really a lot of fun to be able to present and get this done. I so wanted this perspective to see the left and the right, because once I started understanding it, that really helped out a lot, to see that left and the right there. These little drippers are pretty cheap online, and they are awesome. But in here I have some CO2 Ganses,
Mm-hmm.
different CO2 Ganses I made up. And I'm going to show you with.
So that CO2 GAN's water, right? As opposed to the GANS itself?
Yeah, I'm kind of making it cloudy.
Right. It looks like there's a little GANS in there.
Yeah, there's some GANs in there, but I'm kind of taking the water more off the top.
Okay.
Okay. So here you have your nano-coated capacitor ring. This is 6, so it's the capacitor ring. You will, after the nano coating, you want to rinse that salt off really well. And what I do is I put it outside again for another day to dry in the sun.
Okay, great.
That time.
Good to know.
Yeah, you definitely do want to wash the salt off, though.
Wash it after nano coating and put it to really dry well.
Yeah, let it kind of dry well. Okay, so my right hand or my left hand is holding. My right hand is going to turn. And I want to go clockwise.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to hold this here. I'm going to stir up my little Gans mixture. Just that. And we're going to we're just going to wrap this going all the way down. And it is nice to get it as nicely wrapped as possible, because I think air, pockets and stuff, it's best not to have, but it's going to be what it is. Let it be the creation that it is. We're also making a cone shape, wrapping it like this. So there's a spiral of a cone shape going on there. And you run out of one. Start another one. You stick to your fingers. So this is adding a positive layer. We have the matter state underneath everything. Then we got the nano layer. And now we have a positive layer. So we're layering gravitational magnetical fields. So this is kind of the part of the tediously fun work.
Now, I thought you were you're putting paper all the way down.
Yes, paper all the way down. Battery capacitor, just kind of like the other ones we've made with the Keshe battery capacitors. It's paper all the way down, and then aluminum foil on part of it.
Okay, gotcha.
So you can kind of squish it down there, make it look.
So these are very similar to the Keshe battery capacitors, right?
Yeah, this is a hybrid battery capacitor.
Okay.
Yep.
And what does that mean, battery capacitor?
I'm sorry?
What does that mean, battery capacitor?
So the energy is going to go all the way through this thing. The live wire is going to be attached to this source in here from the actual electricity.
Right.
And it's going to have to go through every single little interaction, through every little thing through here. And so when it's going through this wire, it's going to help build up plasmatic energy in this, with the foil on this side. So you're going to take some with those little wires, you're going to take some and move it forward and some move it back.
Okay.
I don't know if that's a great explanation. I'm not exactly.
That's all right.
totally understanding the battery capacitors, we're looking to kind of gather some of this energy that's going through here. So
Right.
we're gathering it, and then we're kind of using aluminum has certain qualities that it'll hold those fields in. It has different kinds of qualities. It's more of a negatively charged thing, but all matter is generally positively charged. And we're making it negatively with the nano coating, which is what I dip this in the ash water. So I'm going to start halfway.
It'd be really nice to have a plus and minus by your left and right.
Oh, yeah, I should have it bigger, huh?
Oh, I can see it. I think you have them. It's just hard to see from. If somebody could enlarge your screen, they could see it.
Even larger. I could write it on there. Hold on.
That's all right.
So here we're just going to wrap that up. Holding with my left, turning clockwise with my right. There's always a way you can figure out to hold with your left and turn with your right. There's always a way to figure it out to do it that way. Okay, so
when you have breathing room between the things you're doing, Whitney, if you could talk a little bit about why you would make one of these rather than a Magrav unit, not instead of, but what would be your reasons for making this? For me, it's smaller, it's lighter, it's maybe even a little easier to make. It is not what Mr. Keshe developed, so I know, we can have people having conflict about that. So I'd like to hear what you've learned to love about this and how it serves you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot in there. Really
keep going too. I don't want to interrupt you either.
The driving force in me is to try to get this technology to as many people as possible, as quick as possible. And I can feel the energy coming from these devices very strongly. And I have, so because it's simple to make, and really the cost of the items is less than $20, and they're mostly things that you can find in your home. Couple of things you need to go outside and get, but anyone could make this. And that's kind of where I want the world to change. I want this world to become more abundant. I want all my friends to be relaxed and happy in their bodies and not feeling oppressed, and having enough food and everything. And I really see all these devices, doesn't matter what they are, we're putting out these frequencies in the universe that say it's time for us to shift. And so whether it's a Keshe Magrav or if it's an infinity design version, all of these have the intent of bringing peace to the world behind them. So for myself, I'm not caring about building like a starship. What I want is to see people's bodies free of pain, and for them to be able to be freed up to make their own choices and decisions on how they want to express their creativity. Because when you're in pain, it's hard to really feel good about doing all that. So I'm going to switch over to this one I have half done, just because there's enough to show you what we're doing here. All right, down at the end here, I do like to leave some little bit of paper before your end. All right, I'm leaving this kind of laid out still because you've got to wrap all these wires on, and it's easier to do it when you don't have this. But this is a little jar of CH3, CO2, and CO2 and zinc oxide Gans. No, plasma water. There's no Gans in it. And I'm using it to re-wet the paper towel.
And you said it's CO2, CH3, and CuO. Is it all three?
Yeah, it's all, but it was zinc oxide too. So it's all three. It's just a miscellaneous mixture. I'm just using it to wet this with. It's really what anybody would want to do on, your own prerogative. You do not have to have Gans water, Gans or plasma water in here for this to work. You just use plain water to wet this and it'd be just fine.
But it would seem Gans water would add a nice little level of potency to it.
Yes, yes. And then I couldn't resist but to, put Gans in there.
Of course.
And plasma balls for this, for the centers. All right, so I just quickly dipped these wires again into the ash water. I clipped a whole bunch of different lengths, and this is kind of short, but in this area you can use a short one. So,
and as you said, they were nano coated.
Yeah, these are all the nano coated 22 gauge small wires.
Okay.
And we're going to wrap 7 onto this battery capacitor. And on this unit, I'm doing 4 on the white and 3 on the zinc part, or the silver. You can call it silver or the aluminum. These little things are really pokey, so just make sure you don't, draw blood. And if you do, that's your device. And don't count how many times you do this. Just do it enough till you feel like it's perfect. And all of this creates potential differentials. So it's fine to have things be a little bit different. The plasma is smarter than we are right now, so it's winding.
Amazing winding. I think we cut off for a minute there, Whitney, and when we cut off, I was going to ask you, so you're leaving tails hanging out of these wires that you're winding with, right?
These tails are going to loop the energy back and forth. So here we've got a hybrid battery capacitor with the paper and the silver. And then these little wires are going to collect from the side, and they're going to go back towards either the positive or the negative in. So
okay.
I'm going to show you how I bend these a little bit here. Actually, first, right now is the time that you want to reform it around your object here.
Okay.
You got the little wires sticking out. You just kind of want to make it a circle, a little bit of adjusting, but what I do is I bend this tip.
Very nice work, by the way.
I'm sorry?
Very nice work. It's fun to watch you. Very meticulously and carefully done, and neat and organized. And
well, and this, boy, the learning off of Mike Nashif has a group of videos on how to make it, and I studied those. I kind of, I got excited because I wanted to have one of the units because he talks about it increasing your IQ, and I think that if we need to have all of our senses possible with us now. And I'm, that's why I'm involved with this technology too, so that I can grow myself. I think that.
Right. So let's just say here, you built over 80 Magrav coils yourself, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
You made the coils, nano coated them. I think I did a couple videos with you in the middle of part of that process and saw all those beautiful coils hanging up. And there's a reason you went from doing that to including this in your repertoire. And for me, I can just feel, as who I am, I've kind of struggled with the the drill and the Magrav coils, and it's a little heavier item, especially if I'm not being that skilled with tools. But I just look at this and I go, wow, this just looks like I could do it. It looks easy for my mind and my hands. And so what was it that drew you to this?
Yeah, I got very much when there was just some really clarity, you know, when you're looking for what is this plasma stuff, and a lot of us know what energy is. We know there's energy out there. You know, what is all this stuff and how does it correlate? It made, I think I added it up. At one point, I'd listened to over 300 hours of Keshe lectures, and I am so thankful for all that information. I mean, everything that I'm understanding in this field is because of Mr. Keshe giving information out at just the right time. You know, he really has been taking everybody along at a great pace here. And
yeah, that's been brilliant.
Really appreciative for all the warriors out there that are doing things for the best of humankind.
Right.
And it's like we're just, you know, each individual's in our houses and our homes, and we realize that we're part of this world. And that
tell us what you're doing there too, so we don't lose you here.
There's not going to be, you know, one thing that saves us. You know, we want this earth to survive, so we're going to start looking in ways that, you know, will help us have a beautiful earth for our kids' 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 kids'.
Right. And you quoted something nice that Sacha Stone said in the video I did with him recently.
Uh-huh.
Do you remember what that was? I don't want to lose track of what you're doing here either. Do you want to tell us a little bit?
Yeah, you know, here we are. Let's we all know that's all we've been doing is shoveling through our past together, you know, and now we want to just be right here, right now. Okay, what can we do to better our world and get these technologies that are simple? And this is why, yes, I love this, because this is a simple way and you learn as you do it. If you do it on your own, you're just going to learn as you go along, you know. And I can feel the energy coming from these devices. It's phenomenal. My first night, I had some things change in my body that I have been trying to heal in myself for a long time. So a really nice experience. And I'm suggesting that actually Mike Nashif would suggest that everyone would have 2 of these, you know, and you can stand between them. But they're made for gentle support. This is not, you really have to be careful with the plasma energy. If there's too much that comes into a home, you can go a little nuts, because all these situations are going to start coming up, so that you release all those emotions that you need to get out of yourself. And so just take it easy, you know.
Right.
Technology is coming, and we've all been trying to distill it down to the very easiest things, so everybody just learning about it can really get their teeth into it faster, you know, because we want our planet to be good. We want all of our friends to be happy. You know, we don't want this. We don't want all this pain anymore. So what I'm doing is I connected these wires from the positive side. Now I'm holding it in the right position. So here's right, here's left. My paper is the positive. The silver, the aluminum, is the negative. So I know this is my positive end. I want this to be wrapped on towards my positive end. Still going to hold it in my left hand. So you kind of have to figure out which way you get this going. And I try to wrap it pretty close to the top here, but we're wrapping, again, clockwise, everything clockwise. And
so you're wrapping one of those wires around another one of the wires, right?
Yep, I'm wrapping. So I took the 3 on this side, and I wrapped them together, and then I wrapped them onto this.
Wow.
The one closest, the last, this is on the positive side, but it's going to go back with the negative ones. And I just use my finger to measure here. I just kind of pull this.
Is this in your instructions, in your list?
Uh-huh. Is this in the list?
Yeah.
Yes. It's kind of hard to describe. We're trying to find the right words for it. I've been calling these like the small wires. There's got to be a word for it. So here, if you were to take this wire and have it lay on the paper and the aluminum, that would be a short. So just make sure that you have, it comes up. It comes up a little bit there. And I'm just laying it this way, kind of working it with my fingers. And here's the next one. So the next one, I'm going to twist that together clockwise to the right. So it's a lot of little twisting little wires here in this part. And really, when you're making them too, you can just put all of that intention, that heart intention, to see your world beautified, to see everything healthy and vibrant, and you know, clean, that people have clean water and they have their homes, and you know, you're programming that intent as you're making this device. And okay, so now we're going to go to the next one on the silver side. And we're going to twist that one on too.
And what are you twisting it to again?
So I'm joining these little wires together.
Right.
The negative side goes towards the negative side and the positive towards the positive side. So
hi there, Whitney and I are back. This is Cary Ellis again, and with Whitney Fisher. Hey, Whitney.
hello, everyone. We've fast forwarded a day here from our workshop. Hope you enjoyed the first part. And we thought, well, gosh, we have to see you after 2 hours of showing you how to build an IQ unit. So here I am. And so we thought, of course, when you have a day to think about everything you didn't say in the first part, there were some things that I didn't think really came clear yesterday, and I just wanted to share some stuff. And just to set the tone a little bit more, because there's a lot going on in the whole entire movement as far as what is the plasma movement and different ways of looking at that. And I just want, from my perspective, is that it's the same plasma. And this technology is so important for us to be able to get out to the world because of the healing benefits, the changing of the you know, plants yielding more and being more heat resistant, energy concerns. There are so many reasons to have this technology out. I am just an individual, and I made a choice that I was going to start working towards something better for my society, because you can kind of see there's a hamster wheel going on. And so I decided to stop it. And I've been doing something else, and choose to put my direct focus on attention on something that's going to really help the planet. So in that, it has been an amazing journey of having this plasma technology come out, and so many people have given their lives. You know, I'm not saying they've passed away. I'm saying that they've given their time, their energy. Mr. Keshe is relentlessly up there giving workshops, 3 or 4 a week, 3 to 4 hours a piece, never stops. You know, you can see how the people are really walking towards peace, and they're doing their very best that they're doing. So in that, there's this technology is developed by Mike Nashif of the Infinity 888 project. And I didn't really kind of make that clear to begin with. Mike Nashif teaches the structure of light, and how you can use the structure of light to harness the plasma. It's the same plasma as in your Magrav devices, or it's the same plasma. It's just a little bit. Sometimes, to me, I felt a clearer way of understanding it. So I am not about different types of products. The many hands idea is here are these amazing technologies that have been gifted to humanity, and there are people out there who are walking forward towards peace and have made the choice to be peaceful in their lives, and this is something to aid them in that. It can help protect your home. It creates a field. When you have 2 units, they work together, and that field helps create a lighter environment in your home, and it helps keep more negative things away. But it is also will help shake it out of you too. So there is a little bit of an emotional roller coaster, but it is for the best of getting all that stuff out of yourself. And I think a lot of us have been working on that for a long time. So this is just a tool to help us do that in there. And anyway, so that was kind of a little bit more I wanted to speak about.
Whitney, what's really interesting, if I can jump in a minute, is I spend so much time in Skype rooms and in the knowledge seekers workshops and visiting with people like you. And it's funny because today I was out in the world and I was having a conversation with a friend, and he was saying, well, what are those units called? Well, where do I look them up? Well, where can I buy one? Well, are any of them really working? Well, will it really, change my power bill? And I thought, my God, in our understanding of plasma, we've gone so far beyond that. We're not just sitting here going, oh, we have an alternative energy unit. We're beginning to understand that this is a methodology of changing the complete energy field in our lives, like growing food like Jack and the Beanstalk, and, bringing health to the body. And, one of my friends I was talking to last night, he's been drinking a little of the Gans water, which is not necessarily recommended, but some people do it. And he said, I've kind of lost my pot belly, and I'm not really that hungry. And I said, I'm not really that hungry either. People say to me, what are you, a reptilian? Why don't you eat? And it's like, I don't know. It just doesn't even, food, look, I eat once in a while, but it doesn't seem like I have this like high need that I've got to have like, meals. And so, and the fact that we can change the energy field of our home, that we can create a field that will heal our bodies and heal them gently and gradually, or that will allow our bodies to enter into an energetic phase where they heal themselves. That's really more like it, because something from the outside is not healing us, but we are learning to amplify this energy field that we're completely surrounded by all the time. And it's amazing how far beyond it is, beyond this old thinking of, well, how am I going to replace my electricity? And, if you start using these elements of this in a vehicle, the vehicle starts running better. And how do we even explain that? So there's all these aspects to this. And I really love what you're doing and how you're seeing it, because yes, the many hands piece, part of the outcome is not to just get rid of our electric bill. The outcome is to change the field that we're living in, to be filled with amplified consciousness and energy.
And that looks like people more relaxed, more laughing, more happy, feeling good in their bodies, not feeling crunched down by lack and what they don't have and all the stress. That's what I wish for everyone on the world, that they can go about their day not feeling crushed all the time.
Right.
And I think it's a hard not to feel that in the world with all these different things with the chemtrails, and there's just so much stuff. But here we have an opportunity to really work with our own town and start that little energy bubble inside that other energy bubble that's going to help your town out.
Right.
And so this, and every little town on that one. So
yeah, I'm traveling this weekend, and I've got, 2 different groups. One of them is just so excited. I'm going to come and teach them Keshe things. And I said to the guy, well, have you made Gans yet? And he said, well, not yet, because we've been busy because we moved into a new house and all of this. But I really want to learn, and it's really exciting that we're that you're going to come here and show us how to do it, because I've watched videos, but it'll be really nice to have you here, and there is that nice thing of getting to share this with one another. If I didn't have all the time that I've spent with other people doing this, in Skype rooms, on Zoom calls, and we share with each other what we're learning and how did that work, and how did you, and I just did this and it worked really great. And so going out and sharing with our friends, starting little community hubs. I really believe everyone should be making Gans. It's easy to make, and it's so useful. And each of these tools is just incredibly valuable in a life, from health pens to health pads to, putting Gans on coils and doing various things with them, like we're doing in this infinity unit that you're showing us how to build. And I love this infinity unit. It's small. It's something I feel like as a woman, and I've knitted for a lot of years, and I like braiding things. I braid these things, make these cool little fancy things I like to wear as fake braids in my, along with my hair. And, I like doing things with my hands, and I can see, that 14 gauge wire is really heavy for me to work with. That goes into the Magrav units. And I like the idea of this lighter wire, and it's something that I can actually handle with my hands and make. I was thinking, I bet I could make one of those in about a day.
In the like the ends of the quad cores, you could put crystal beads in there.
Beautiful.
There's all these different ways you can spruce it up, make it your own, change it around.
Nice.
You can put, what you want in the middle.
And again, that's the art of this work. Because I've got people who send me health pens that have, they've got crushed crystal and, or in a cup of life, or somebody sent me a bracelet that's got Gans and crushed crystal in it, and herbs. And so there's so many ways that we can do this. Should we take a look at those pictures and just show how the energy field for this unit works? And you can talk about that a little bit.
Yeah. Well, you put that up. I wanted to point to something you said earlier about, going and actually physically showing people and meeting people face to face. And I think that really right now is what I see as the next stage. I see Mike Nashif out meeting people and doing conferences, and I myself might be also doing that. But part of it is that here we are the ones that are posting on Facebook and are in the working with the technology and following it. We are the ones really doing this. And so we want to meet each other. I want our team Earth to work well and fluidly with each other.
Yes.
That we are ready to let go of all of this past stuff that we've been all shedding. And there are so many programs that are downloaded into us that aren't even ours. And, the number is so long, it fills up a page. So we really just want to get to where we can get this job. Because I feel like this is a short-term job. In that,
get this job done. Is that what you're saying?
We will hit a cresting point where we won't need to build these devices,
right?
Because we'll have embodied it.
Yeah.
So right now, we're just helping this.
We are. The devices are teaching us how to embody this next level of our being.
They're helping us with providing those frequencies in our homes so that our bodies can adjust to them, and that we can embody higher frequencies within ourselves. So this is really a choice to say, okay, I'm kind of done with that old, and I'm ready to take on something new. So I'm going to do something about that. Most people have been working on themselves a long time.
Right. Yes.
Things that, I've been an energy healer since 2009 time. There's still things on my own self that I can't seem to fix, on my own self. But on the screen there, what the picture is, this is from a Mike Nashif video. And you have two units in the red and the purple dots. And then you're in the middle. And the infinity is right down the middle of you, all your chakras right down the middle. And it is putting in energy and taking out energy and aligning your chakras. So I studied something called causal realignment, which you have your physical body. The next layer, there's a layer of you that's outside of that, and it's your astral body. And then you have a causal body. And inside of all of that is your mental body. So your mental body is kind of everywhere. And there are 78 points where your chakras align, all those bodies. And if you show this next picture, Cary, and the next one. Oh, the one with the circles coming out of it. Okay, there we go.
I'm going to go all the way to that.
Ah, that one. The picture that we are as a being with all of our chakras aligned in all the different connections between the different bodies as well. So there's like 78 points. It's not, just the 7 or whatever, however many chakras, down the middle, but there's also that same chakra with the emotional body, the same chakra with the causal body. And so when they're all aligned and spinning appropriately, they look like this picture. And, this is my information from a totally different source. All right, looking at this picture that Mike Nashif drew to understand what happens. And so last night I was on the Infinity staff chat, and I was asking, well, what kind of questions would be good to come out today on, on this show. And Anuj actually sent this video. This is part of a video. Do you remember the title of the video?
I don't, but I can put, when it's on Facebook, I didn't see it on YouTube, so I don't know if I can put the link. I'll try and put the link under the video.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so I sat for 2 hours last night with my hands on 2 of these units and felt the most amazing energy run through, and I felt things
Which
shuffling.
is really what this diagram is about. It's about a person in the middle holding a hand on each one of these cube units.
Yes. And you complete the circuit. So you're, the energy is running through you. And it, I know that I feel lighter and happier today. I'm not saying that every woe out of my body is healed, but I can definitely feel shifts in myself, in how I feel and how I can speak. And so the next thing this morning, I told my friend Charlotte, you need to come and sit here, for a little bit and hold. I want to share it, if that can help someone align themselves.
And would you think even just having them in your house would do some of this, and maybe having like one on each side of your bed when you sleep or something might also do that?
Yeah, I've moved them around. So that's why there's so much cord, is that there's quite a bit of cord, but that also is part of creating an induction field. But you have enough cord coming off of them. We'll see that today when we finish it up and do that. But you can move them around quite a bit, and they're pretty solid little units. If they're all hot glued together, you guys are gonna love. I prepped a set with hot glue so we could finish and make the whole unit today.
I'm excited to see the rest of it. I can't wait to make one, actually. I can't wait to make a couple of them.
Yeah.
I'm just that, like, I think I'm winding the wires in my sleep, just like dreaming of making one of these. Excited.
I hope that it came clear on the winding part, and we're still going to go over the next sections, which should be we're going to, not sure we're stopped yesterday, but we're going to wind on this.
Well, let's just do that when we do it. Let's just go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. So, okay.
Okay. And we're going to bring this to a close, and we're going to shift our screen. And this is a really exciting, tell us again, Whitney, what we call this unit.
It's the Infinity Q.
Okay.
And it uses the structure of light and your own creativity to help provide you with a connection to your higher self. That higher self being the greater pool of wisdom, or what we call God. So it's the greater self.
And additionally, we might call it a connection to the plasma field.
To the plasma field. Yeah. So there's different ways of looking at it, but it is our human genetic. It's all of our shared information.
Cool. Yeah. Awesome. All right. Thank you so much, and I'll see you in a minute.
Okay, we're getting back to it. We're going to go over winding these small wires onto the capacitor so that everyone can see it really well. And I'm just picking these out of my little ash water bin here. So this is dried out overnight, so I want to re-wet it. And this water is actually a compilation of all the different plasma infused waters that I have. So CH3, CO2, CuO, zinc oxide. It doesn't have Gans in it, but it's the plasma water. And I'm just re-wetting everything with that. It doesn't have to be that. You can just use plain water. But there's an area that you can do it according to how you like to do it. So I'm just kind of sticking some of that in there.
Great.
All wet. Okay. So we're going to wind 4 wires on the paper side and 3 wires onto the silver side. So your paper is your positive and your silver is your negative. So I got a couple of different sizes of wires here. But
Why are you holding it opposite to the way your table is?
So left hand, right?
Uh-huh.
And right hand?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I'm holding it with my left.
Yep.
Does it look different than yesterday?
No, you just said the paper was positive and the left is negative, right?
Oh, yes. Now, I have asked because I got concerned on which side. This is the way that Mike Nashif presents it, and I've talked to him. It doesn't matter either side, as long as these wires that are going to the correct place. So
basically, you're just taking the wire and you're wrapping it around there a little bit, and then maybe half of it, and then you're leaving half of it loose, right?
leaving half of it loose, because I've got to join all these wires, and you need some loose, so we're going to twist them together.
Okay.
So kind of leave a good portion of it loose there. And there we go. And I am kind of nicely keeping it snug. Once you bend this into a circle after we're done with this part, it does loosen them up a little bit, and those little points are kind
Can you raise that up a little bit, Whitney, just for a second, and let us see it a little better? Oh yeah, that's cool. You can see that. Nice.
So I'm kind of shoving that point down.
Nice.
I'm not paying attention to how many. This all creates a unique key. So part of this is making this your own unique creativity.
And I really like what you were telling me about the key yesterday.
Yeah, your creativity is your key from your devices being hacked now and in the future. I mean, part of bringing out a new technology or something that hasn't been around for a while back to Earth is that we want to be careful that we don't set ourselves up for creating problems for our future selves. And we do our very best with the technology to keep it safe from being hackable and things like that. So what that means is that your creativity is your own feeling, tone, vibration that is just uniquely you in all of what the universe is. And it is unique. It can't be tracked and hacked. So if you make something consistently the same way every single time with the same exact measurements, you're giving out a universal phone number that's consistent and it can be found out. And so that is why the creativity is such an integral part of making these infinity devices, is that you're not even looking at how many times, or it's not exactly 5. It's, it's doing the job. It's taking the energy from here and it's putting it where it needs to go. It's all about making it very simple, getting it, getting it down to something simple. And these gauge, you just need a smaller gauge than the 18, and you probably could use the 18 wire for this as well, as if that's what you had, but it is a lot easier to use this smaller wire. Okay, so now I've got this pretty thing.
Nice.
And all right, so we want to form it again around our measuring device, which is molasses. Just to kind of get that circle down. And I've even thought about taking this and make a spiral in. That'd be kind of cool. So here's where you just form it into what looks like a nice circle to you. And I've got to adjust this because this is the magnetical out. I know this because this side is looped. So that's my negative source in. And I want my silver to point towards that one. And I want my paper to point towards the other way. So I want my paper going this way. So I'm going to adjust it.
Oh, interesting.
So then you end up hooking them in series. Oops.
So you want those small wires that are over your paper going towards that end.
Yeah. So it's coming. So this is the positive out. Here's your positive paper side, and then as I go down the row, you want to keep the paper on the same side and the silver on the same side, because these wires are going to feed back this way. These wires are going to feed this way. That make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so now here's the one thing, is that the last wire next to the silver actually goes with the rest of the silver ones. So these are going to get bent this way and get twirled on here, and these three are going to get bent this way and put onto here.
Okay, so even though that last one is on the paper, it's still going to go with the silver wires.
Yeah, it's part of pulling that energy and putting it back this way.
Okay.
Part of the battery capacitor. So just get it to a place where you can do this with your hands in the right position. I kind of have to move it around. So I want to hold with my left hand. Got to get some of these out of the way. And I just take my fingers and just bend it like that. So it's bent over. So they're bent like that. Because you don't want these to be touching this part. So then just grab these two where they join and start twisting. And here I'm twisting clockwise. Everything is done clockwise as far as twisting is concerned. So kind of twist until you get to this next one, which I got a little ahead of myself there. So you want to twist the next one on. So now we have those three. And I found it's kind of good to have a little bit of raised area between here and here. And I take this and connect it about there. So here you want to get into position where you can do clockwise. So I have to put that below here.
What are you wrapping it around there? You're wrapping it around the last wire that's on there?
Yes.
Oh,
But
you're
yeah,
wrapping it around your exit wire?
this is the, yep, the positive out. So you can see you don't want to cut these way too long, but you don't want them too short too. So,
But there's not going to be a positive out there on all of them, right?
no, this is the, since this is all one wire,
Right.
this is the positive out and this is the negative in.
Right. I understand.
We're just trying to hook those battery capacitors up in series.
I'm just wondering what you wrap them to. You wrap them to the running wire on the earlier ones?
Yes.
Okay.
So like this, the connecting wire between them is where you wrap those.
Okay.
So get this one where I can move that over. Now, I think I mentioned this before, but you don't want this to touch the paper and the silver at the same time.
What
So
is this? You don't want this. What?
Sorry, this the one coming from the positive that gets mixed with the silver ones.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna get wrapped over here. You don't want it to squish down and bridge the paper and this at the same time. Like that would create a short.
Wow. So how do you prevent that?
You just wrap it like, you know, outside of here, and then we're gluing them. So
you're keeping it from touching.
Yeah.
But you're wrapping it into those next wires.
Right.
Important. Important. Important.
From the Magrav devices that doing those battery capacitors. That was one thing there.
That was one of the issues.
I'll show that again. Connected to here, and now I'm going to continue on. They kind of look like little shrimp.
Mm. Cool. It's nice to be able to see it. Hopefully your arms aren't getting tired.
No, this is actually nice to stand up with a stool.
Oh, good.
Sitting on too long yesterday. So here's our last one. And as you go, you can squish them down, and you know, again, you got to be gentle with the nano coating, but you still got to twist the wires. So just got to get it done. Okay. So then we're going to also here, just watching your placement of this one hitting the tip of that. So just kind of have to watch both those things. Make sure your wires aren't bridging themselves.
Which one are you talking about?
So hold on, let me get a good view. Just to make sure your wires aren't, like, see that little wire?
Mm-hmm.
Right there between the bridge there and the tip of this. You know, when you go to glue them, it's pretty quick, you know, how you can, you know, make sure you just put some glue between here and here so it's not touching there.
Nice. What did you just wind together there?
Which one?
What's that last one you just wound together there?
This side?
Yeah.
So this is the negative side with the aluminum foil.
Right.
And it's going to go back towards
the other direction. Okay, got it.
So every one of them will be lined up like this, and it's easy to get going, and then you realize you just twisted 3 on the wrong way. So just you just pay attention when you're going on and doing that. So we're going to actually do one more quickly because it is on the set that we're going to use to complete the unit. Now, I'm going to show you guys this, and I know everybody's going to get their own good chuckle, but last night I got crazy with the glue. And I will tell you, you will have your own journey with the hot glue. So I'll let you have that. But been trying to figure out how to do these things without using so much glue. And I'm going to show you what I did here. Well, here, we'll wrap this this one first, and then I'll show you. But in the future, I'm trying to limit the amount of glue, but it just got a little much. So. All right, so this is the last one of this 6. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is the capacitor ring. We're going to get it wet.
When you say this is the capacitor ring, what do you mean?
This is the outside box. So there's an inside box and an outside box, and it's all like the center geometry of your Merkaba.
Nice.
Okay. Also remember that it's good to leave a little paper on the other side of your aluminum foil. So that's why I'm leaving a little paper on that side. Okay, one more here.
Where, Whitney, that wasn't very clear.
So can you see the little bit of paper there?
Right. I mean, how did that paper get there?
Well, the paper is first all the way
Oh,
across.
and then the aluminum foil is wrapped over the paper. Gotcha.
Okay. Over it. So it just a little, because you don't want the aluminum foil touching this nano coating.
Gotcha. All these intricate details important.
All right, so making a shrimp. Yeah, this is I can see doing a workshop. A workshop would probably have to be 2 days, but over a 4 to 5 day period. So like if
right, so you could get your nano coating done and get your Gans made and all of that.
Part, and then a couple days, and then the second part. And there is, also there is background documents that we'll put underneath the video. And there is a manual that is in process. It's enough there to help anybody that wants to make one immediately. And there's also a shopping list of the stuff that you need. So that will be in a link underneath this video. Check that out. And just realize that we're all doing this for the sake of good things happening on our earth. So it's not a perfect production, but it is a gift of time, energy, and effort.
Yeah, I was going to say, you do so much, Whitney. And if anyone would like to send you a donation, could they do that?
Yeah, if they want to, or if they also want to talk about having their own IQ device if they can't make it themselves.
Right.
And then also Mike Nashif is building these things and has also a group of people building them. So there's they can get a hold of me. I can shoot them to them, or you can get a hold of Mike on the Facebook as well.
Nice.
All right. There we go. Gotta love it into position, really. And that's another thing about making this technology is you don't have to be a Buddhist monk and know how to meditate and everything, but you are, as you're twisting and bending these wires, your intentions are being saved in that wire. And my intention is that only the very highest and best intentions are saved in these devices. they are kind of like a wish, you know, you can make them. I just see this device right here is for my friend Charlotte, and I see her house feeling good, and her relationship with her man awesome, and that she has everything that she needs. And so when you're making the devices, you can concentrate on the one that they're for. Or if it's for you, you can, you know, what is your wish? What's your wish? Okay, so take 3 back the other way. I bet that looks funny with the hot glue things hanging down there. So with the hot glue, I've been trying to figure out a way to do it so that the battery capacitors do not lose their moisture. And so I tried dipping them last night, and that is the result of dipping them. I'll show you the dipping apparatus in a second here. But I just went to the thrift store and got a electric fry skillet and a thicker pan to put in the middle of it, and that's the hot glue dipping mechanism. So holding it with my left, and I want to go clockwise, so I got to go this way, clockwise. Oh, good. Okay. So there, I didn't look before I wrapped this wire that if the paper was going this way or not. It's okay.
Are those little details written into that list, Whitney?
As far as how to do this and stuff?
Yeah, and not letting that one section touch, and
yes,
the direction that you wrap the wires.
I have to remember. I have to go back and I'm pretty sure that's there.
Let's glance at them, yeah, and just make sure, because it's a Google Doc anyway, so you can always add to it. But
and I think I'm just going to give you one Google Doc link that will have all the other links in it.
Oh, great. Okay.
That way you don't have 10 links. And that is part, I appreciate you mentioning donations. Also, this device is designed by Mike Nashif and his project. So if you build one and you benefit from him, you might want to send him a little donation. I was on a train coming back from Washington last year, and I ran into a lady in the line. This is from Seattle over to Montana, and it's kind of cool to take the Amtrak. Not a lot of people take the train on the western side of the world here, and I met a lady who told me about her community there, and it's near, I can't remember the town, but she said everything works there. So I looked at her and I said, well, why does everything work? And she knew it just right off the top of her head. She said, everybody appreciates each other. So that's how the world can get around. Heartfelt appreciation. Okay, so left, I want to turn clockwise. Okay, so this little guy is ready to get glued. And so just from yesterday.
Can you just hold it there one more minute and point out some of the little key things on it?
Of the capacitor ring?
Just that one last one that you held up. Well, go ahead. I don't want to get you sidetracked.
Yeah. So just to show you it all together, the reason that we have double the length of wire here is because it has to flip over and be the lid on the top. So I want to give it a little extra wire on that one. So here, when we started wrapping, this was the tip we pulled off the spool. And this was the tip, got some glue on there, that was cut from the spool. So that was our source. And here we've got the hybrid battery capacitor wrapped over that quad core wire that we rolled. And again, you can determine the number that you want, you know, 2 on this side, 3 on this. It just needs to be odd and be consistent through the whole unit.
So Whitney, it doesn't look like any of those really touch after you begin twisting the wires together. It looks like you've got them all kind of looped away a little bit, right?
Yeah, it kind of, they've got enough room there.
And are you going to aim for glue in between them and the main body?
Yes, I'll keep it like that. And I'm going to just show something here. So hot glue does not stick to baking paper. So you can lay these things down on baking paper when they're being glued. I'm going to do this, show you this hot glue thing, just so if you might want to try it, you can. So this is my $6 hot glue melter. And it takes, you know, quite a few sticks to get warmed up. And it's pretty hot right now. I have it on the highest because I wanted to get it melted before the show here. If you do this, what I found is that hot glue can start boiling. It can start boiling off the moisture. So kind of how these things are pretty gangly. You kind of have to have a system here. But what I found was a good method is I got it pretty even there. And then I used a glue stick. And just pushed it down that way. But do you see the bubbles coming up there? If the glue is really, really hot, then it's almost too hot. There's bubbles. So you kind of have to figure out your own method. I've done a couple different ways of doing it, but I think what might be pretty effective is to draw a circle on the baking paper, put glue down on that circle, push the thing onto it, and then glue over the top. But you can start to get really meticulous. I mean, after it's set up a little bit, then you see where the holes are in it, and then you sit there for 20 minutes glue gunning all the holes shut. So, but that coating, way better than that.
That is quite ingenious, Whitney, that dipping method that you've come up with. I like that.
Yeah, I think if you can just get the temperature right, but also the more you dip, the cooler it gets. So you kind of have to, you know, play with it a little bit. But I don't know if that dipping is going to be a good complete layer when it dries. So you already see a little bit of
and
white.
Tell us the reason that you are coating it with the hot glue.
Coating it to keep the capacitor with a little bit of moisture in there. I think that the guys are working on ways of putting a mixture together that will attract moisture so that you could leave this open. But I'm just being really overly careful too, because even though anyone who, you know, makes one of these devices or does it in their own responsibility, you know, I'm making something for someone else, and so I want to make sure that I have it as coated as possible. But truly, this blackened nano coating, the caustic version, that even if you run live electricity through, you should be able to touch this. But I've kind of just haven't gone there yet. So maybe I'll make this one and leave some of the wire bare, and then I'll touch it and see if I'm telling the truth. So I'm just gonna dip this again really quick, and then you can see the hot glue fun. But yeah, you can put a couple sticks of hot glue on each of these things. There's a lot of fun to be had with hot glue.
That is amazing.
And they make them on Amazon, little hot glue thingies, dishes, you know, they just look like an electric flat fry skillet. All right. And the good thing about using something like this is then you can put it in to melt in there. So I've just been setting them. And this is baking paper, so they once they set up just a little bit, they come right off. There's no problem with that on there. All right, so I'll put the hot glue down.
Wow, that is really impressive the way you have that all set up, Whitney. Thank you so much for doing this. Really great.
I'm so excited. I mean, it's just in me. I want to share all this stuff, you know? And really, it's fun to share it. It's fun to make it, kind of distill it down. It's taken me about 3 months of pretty much, you know, focusing on this stuff to get to where I understand it enough here. Okay, so here is the glued core. So here's your magnetical and your source. We're going to make a box with this. Now, if I had less glue on there, you can actually poke this one through here, but honestly, it's not done that way. So we're just going to form it into a box. And the two smaller ones,
You're a little bit out of sight right now.
sorry about that.
There you go.
So this is you know, where excessive hot glue makes it harder to kind of manipulate into a place that you want it. But do you see the box?
Nice.
So here is the small box within that's going to be in the larger box. Now, I'm really new at doing this. I made some templates of a box that, you know, we could just literally lace up. We actually went out and got some salvage wood from old sawmill, some really beautifully aged wood, to make some specific boxes. But unless someone asks for a box, I think that it's actually sufficient to glue the outer ring just around this. Now, a lot of having a box is for our own feeling of the thing. So, and you know, with all the hot glue, some people think, oh my gosh, it looks like alien technology, but it's just a lot of hot glue. So this one here, this is the first one I made. This is inside of the box. And then I glued the capacitors to the outside. But we're talking about nano technology. So we're talking about so small that this box doesn't matter to the energy field. So you just want to choose something for your box if you're going to use one that is, I wouldn't do metal, but plastic or glass or wood, something natural, something that it is going to have electricity go to this box. So, but it's pretty well hot glued in there.
Whitney, do you want to talk about the mirroring that goes on between the cube inside the box, or what you're holding in your hands that will be inside the box, that there's a mirroring energetically that goes on between that and what's on the outside of the box, right?
Yes, so you have less field interactions going on inside and more on the outside, so you're making a container. And the only way to harness light is to trap it with light. So we are mirroring in here down to the 0 point energy. And all of the, craziness of having it, this is my own creation here. It's not exactly a box. It's not perfect. The plasma is going to find its own flow with that. That's why I think it takes some time to, condition, because this is a gravitational device that's pulling energy from around it, and it's going to mirror it down until it builds up in here so much that then it radiates out. So that's kind of the conditioning time in my feeling, about 9 days of conditioning time where it's gonna do that. And what's unique about this too is that you don't have to wire it for a power device. If you feel that you just want a plasmatic only device, it's a very simple difference, and I'll show that to you when we do the wiring, because you can just have it run as plasma. I was talking with a guy who's a trucker, and I can see truckers having these in their trucks going across the nation and just, dragging a rainbow with them. And they're going into each of those towns with a different, field, and they're helping it. So, but they might not own their truck, and they might not be able to, feel comfortable talking to their bosses about fuel savings, until it's widespread enough that, that maybe, so there's just options out there is what I'm saying for everyone. You could make this and put the same unit that we're making here is for the vehicle as well. You just need a power inverter. So something you'd plug into the cigarette outlet. I don't know if they make USB power inverters or not. I don't know much about power inverters other than don't get one that's noisy, because it's going to be on every time that you're in the car. Did that answer the question?
Yeah, it did. And then it kind of opened up more questions, which are, why would you connect it to a power inverter in a vehicle?
I think it's for the current. Honestly, I don't know the answer to that question. I would feel that it would be because of there's something different in an electrical system in the car than maybe plugging into a wall here.
Well, Whitney, I mean, the question I'm asking is, does that mean by attaching it to an inverter to the, I don't know, whatever you just said in the car, the lighter or whatever, that's the port you're talking about, right? I mean, are you saying it will help the travel, how the car travels? I don't know what your train of thought is here.
Yes, it's a car. It will help the vehicle to switch over to run on hydrogen. It will do the nano coating of the inside the vehicle. All the funny stuff we've been hearing about, plasma technology in cars and having them idle. It just needs more testing. I mean, it's happening, but more people just need to do it. I don't think that actually a lot of people have these car units on their cars yet. But in addition, I think pouring about 15 milliliters of Gans into the gas tank is suggested, and that after a little bit, you might have to have the timing on the vehicle checked or tightened. But those are the two things that are on the vehicle part. But this unit is the same for a vehicle or for the car. You just need that. Yeah, it's like a little fan unit that with a 3-prong plug, or you can plug into. But I think they make ones you can put under seats and things like that too.
Ones what they can put under seats?
Power inverters.
Okay.
Look
So
online.
this is something you would hook this to a power inverter and it would be plugged into where the lighter is, where you usually.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so let's glue this together and get the box finished on this side. And you could also, a lot of this hot glue is kind of making it just be the box it is. It's not that bad, actually. It's just fine. So I want to pay attention to what's going on here. So here's my magnetical out. Where do I want that thing to land? Your magnetical out is going to get hooked to the negative, or sorry, the negative of the power cord. So I'll get into that in a second. So this is fine at the bottom, but if you want something to sit, you just have to work it around just a little bit so you have it where you like it. Okay. And I didn't talk much about this, but I have been doing some trade for building units. And this was the first many hands tool that was donated by Carolyn and other things. So I put up a list on, what was it, Amazon, just a wish list. And people have gone and chosen what they want to send as far as supplies off of that wish list, and it's kind of worked really well. There's been 4 or 5 people that I've been working with on that. So that's a way for for people to get off the ground, and that's kind of one of the functions I envision Many Hands to be, as a community where we help by getting this simplistic instructions down, and people can take that and they can hold workshops in their town with all the background information kind of given to them a little bit so that they can get off the ground faster. But this is, the whole propensity is not about making this into a for-profit business. That's up to everybody on what they want to do with it. But a lot of it is, hey, here we are as people. Let's start getting together. If there's something that can help us bring peace to the earth, let's start doing it together. So I just glued the sides there. So you can think about also for your own one what you feel led to put in the middle. You could wrap an infinity and put it in the middle. You could have a crystal, put that in the middle. You can make a Gans ball. I thought we'd make a Gans ball with this one. I was always afraid of making Gans balls, but it actually is not as hard as. Cary, are you still there?
I am still there. When you say a Gans ball, just remember you're kind of coming from the inside of this, and there's probably people listening who don't know what everything is. So if we can just explain. So a Gans ball is the slightly dehydrated Gans, right? Where it's made into kind of a putty shape, and then you put it into a small container.
I guess that would be a Gans ball. I'm thinking of a ping pong ball that has Gans water in it.
Okay, because that's a whole other.
Yeah. So there's a couple different ways you can put stuff in the middle.
And would you think you would put it in there spinning, or would you put it in there a ping pong ball with Gans water in it? Would you put it in spinning, or you'd put it in just plain?
I'm just putting it in plain. You
Right.
have to like have a motor or
Right.
something. And what this unit is going to do is it's going to help the house wiring nanocoat. Once the house wiring is nanocoated, your home becomes a source of energy. And so that's what the nanotechnology is. I just can't seem to get this into a square. Talking and making a square. Not doing it. Okay, where did I end up on that? I'm sorry.
Nano coating, that once you plug this into the wire, your house, then the nano coating in your house becomes, the wiring in your house becomes nano coated, and then it becomes, your whole house becomes an energy source.
Nano-coated, so that it's attracting the ambient energy from around it, and that's why the electrical bills go down. And so really the electrical bills are just a sign that tell you when the nano coating inside the house is, you know, done, complete, and conditioned and all that. This is not looking so straight here, but you can sure play with this stuff as much as you want to. Sometimes you just have to declare it good enough. Okay, well, this is setting up. I'm going to start showing how to do the wiring part. So the wiring part, what you need is a 12-foot extension cord and a power bar. So this I got at Goodwill. You can also go to recycle centers, and a lot of the recycle centers will have big bins of this, and sometimes they'll give them to you. They don't want to deal with recycling them. So I found that these little extension cords, they're still $6-7. So you're, you know, if you're buying them, I don't know what Walmart cost is on them.
Yeah, it really is amazing how much of that stuff is thrown away. I mean, our little thrift store here, it's got tons of electrical things in it. I go pick things up there all the time for, you know, $1 or whatever.
It's just, and it's cool kind of to use the stuff that's going to recycle. I mean, part of it's cool. Some people want new stuff, which is fine too, you know. I'd rather have all new stuff on the stuff, but it's just kind of nice to do both. All right, so we're getting to the middle of our wire. Here's just a regular 2-prong household extension cord, 12 feet. We're going to cut it right in the middle. Okay, so now we've got these ends, and these are the ones that are going to get wired onto stuff. So again, I'm not a professional on doing all this, but you just have to separate these a little bit and pull them back so you get some ends going on there. And you want to strip back the wiring gently, because it's a whole bunch of little tiny wires in there, you know, 2 inches or so. There's one.
And that's a special tool you have, Whitney, right? For doing that with the wire, stripping the wire. Oh, nice.
But they have the cutting tool right there. That is pretty worn down from cutting 14 gauge wire. It's pretty easy to kind of strip all of them that way. And then just to keep them together, you want to twist them. Twist it up there. Okay, and then we got these other ones to do.
This is amazing. Amazing to watch you, really fun.
It's awesome to have an opportunity to share it too. I mean, I've been, like most people, doing this stuff, but kind of alone in my head doing this, so it's kind of nice to be able to share it at the same time. Okay. Now, the reason we're creating an induction field with this, what that, in my limited understanding, is that the path that the live wire takes and the path that the neutral wire takes are different sizes. So there's a lot longer length of wire that the live wire is going through than the neutral that takes it out. So you have a potential difference created, and that creates your induction field. That's why, it's nice to have extra wire, but yeah, there's a lot of extra wires hanging around the house right now. Okay, so now that we've stripped that, we're gonna just slosh them in the ash water, like that. And then we're gonna figure out which one is neutral and which one is not. Okay, so here we go. Here's your 2-prong. This is USA. I'm sorry that I don't just have the USA right now. Okay, so you can see that one hole is bigger than the other hole. And one prong here is bigger than the other prong. That's why they fit like that, right? Well, the smaller one is the live wire that's hot. And this is the neutral. Okay. And right here is where it gets confusing for people, because their electricity, what we're using for here is for plasma energy. This has a different, way. This is our positive and our negative, and neutral and ground and all that. So we've identified this is a live, there's a neutral, live. Now we want to trace it back to where we cut it. So here's the neutral one. I'm being real careful going down the wire. To the very end of it. All right, and that is my neutral wire. So with the neutral, we're doing a loop just so that we know that's neutral. So I like to do it twice, where I double check twice. Yep. Okay, so that's one. Here's the other one. We got our live wire. Live on this side, live on this side. Okay. So this is our live wire. This is the neutral. Being consistent on stuff like this just saves you time when you drop it and then you have to do it again. So I'm going to check it again real quick. Okay, live. All right. So we're going to take this little end with the plug. This is what's actually going to get wired to the unit itself. So we're going to wire the neutral to the paper or positive end, and we're going to wire the live wire to the silver or the source end. But before that, we got to finish our cubes, because there's one of these off of each of the cubes, and they get twisted together. So like to like. So the silver to silver and the magnetical to magnetical. See if we can do that part now.
Wow, you just have this laid out so well, Whitney. I really appreciate it, because I can actually follow you and I can actually understand what you're telling us.
That is excellent news. Well, and I have been writing the procedures to it, so it's kind of we're flowing the same way, but I really wanted to get it done so that people can use that as a workshop in their own town. They can share it, they can make their own, they can do whatever they like for the resources there for them. Okay, now, wrapping these on the box, we're going to end up wrapping this small one last, the one that's on the source side. So we're going to start with the bottom of the box, and we're going to wrap it starting on this side. Now, these two little dudes are going to get connected together, so it's probably a good idea to put them together. And I've been trying to be consistent, so here's that curlicue on this side, and there's a curlicue there, and you know, but I don't think that there's a set way that you have to do it specifically, but just whatever kind of ends up working, because we're not using a box right now. Normally we'd be taking this, and we certainly could do that if it would make it easier, but we'd be taking this and we go, okay, well, here's the bottom of the jar. All right. Got the next side. This side. And then he doesn't need all extra wire, ends up on top, but then you got that. Does that help provide some clarity?
Yes, that is helpful. One reason I don't talk a lot is because I've got you on speaker view, and if I talk, then it kind of pulls it out of you, but I'm trying to keep visually on you. But yes, that was helpful to see it wrapped around the box.
Okay. So, especially on a video that a lot of people will see, I don't really have I might have a box the right size. So you can fit it in a box like this and then glue these to the outside. But we're gonna make a box and put it in it, not on the show here, but we've got this awesome plan. So there's beeswax and linseed oil that we're gonna finish this old reclaimed wood with. And so you have a natural box, and it's tailored. It's like going to be personal for people who want them. Okay. Let's get this started onto here. So we're doing these guys together because they're going to get put together. Gonna glue.
So you're actually going to stick it together right now, Whitney?
Uh-huh. I'm going to stick it together so we can wire it.
Cool. So is this the one you're making for your housemate, though? It will eventually go in a box, or you're going to have to take it back apart, or?
Yeah, it'll go in the whole thing. So what we're thinking is that, I mean, this is just the truth about what the thing looks like, right? But not everybody's going to want to have that sitting out on their table in their home. So we're going to build a box that all of this goes into. And that way that, people can have something that looks nice. And
great idea. So it'll just look like a pretty box, but it will have a plasma unit inside of it.
Okay, so that was the bottom. we're going to do a side. Now, here, I want to see how I'm consistent with this. Let's see. I don't think it really matters specifically that you have these in a perfect spacing right here, because they're already running the energy the way that they're through the line. Helps to have a lot of hot glue, and the $22 box of 100 pieces is way cheaper than going to the store and getting 10 sticks for $5. So Amazon is a pretty good resource for that stuff. And this gun stays up straight nice. It's a very nice gun. Okay, so that hot glue is hot though. Touch it. At least it comes off fingers. And I also found that if you get it stuck onto a plate or something, because I did that, I rubbed some caustic water, from doing steam nano coating. I keep all the water out of that, and it just has caustic in it in a jug, and I just poured that and let it sit, and it took all the hot glue off and didn't change the hot glue or the plate, just took it off. So there's one way too to use the hot glue. All right, so that was bottom. I want to pay attention to what I'm doing here. So we're just layering it on the outside there. And also, I've only been doing, this is only the 4th unit I've so far put together. So as you do it, you find better ways of doing things. And okay, so now we have our box in a box. And this would be our, maybe I'll have to dip that again so it looks consistent, but there's the top of the box. So what I've been doing is gluing it so that this can be opened and shut, because inside is where we're going to put our Gans ball, which I thought we'd make right here. This is a ping pong ball. I've already drilled it with a drill to get a hole. I've already dunked this and let it sit in ash water. So that has nano coated it. And then I just got the water out of it. So this is a nano coated plastic ping pong ball. And we're going to fill this with a mixture of CO2 Gans. Put this on the side. Okay, this little guy, I think that it's up to everybody to what kind of mixture they wanted. I'm just going to go with my feeling, which was just CO2 into this one, because I want it to be a real gentle device for my friends. So this is...
Whitney, do you want to talk a little bit about the purpose of the ping pong ball with the Gans water in it? and the CO2?
Yeah. So whatever is in the center of this reactor is going to be radiated out. And the CO2 Gans is powerful like little tiny suns. And this is made with hot springs water. So this is like a hot springs water version of your sea salt Gans water, Gans, where you're using the elements that are already present in the hot springs water. So what we're really looking for is fundamental elements that our bodies needs, and that's why we're doing like the food Ganses, where we're breaking down the food until it's fundamental elements, and then keeping that where it's that energy is radiating out to our bodies.
So the reason for putting the ping pong ball in the center of this with the Gans in it is because that is going to be also resonating through the device, right?
Yes, it's going to add power to it. And, we're not trying to spin it. The Gans itself resonates at a frequency of near what they call Christed light, which would be like around 30,000 hertz. Average human being resonates, I think, was 3,000 to 6,000 hertz. And so by having this material in your house, you're just, with the presence of this material, helping increase the frequency in the house. But it's the same thing that is made by a leaf, CO2. So this is a very natural substance, but it's gas in nano state. So it's these little particles in here that have been created, and they're actually in distilled water here. They have a salt mixture with them, and you rinse that out. So these little particles are, I would say, the physical embodiment of that absolute how would you say that, Cary?
Yeah, I would just call it, our really high frequency consciousness. Unconditional love is a nice everyday way to say it. When people say Christed consciousness, Buddhic consciousness, but it is, and it isn't just, it's the carbon that the trees make, but it's also, like you said, it's in its nano state. So the atoms have been expanded. The reason it's called Gans is gas in its nano state. So that means the atoms have been expanded so that they can interface better with the plasma energy. So the plasma field, so that the level of that energy would be maybe the level of unconditional love, or the level of the higher frequency levels of being that we're able to evolve into as we stay focused in the heart, and we resonate, from the place of love rather than all this old stuff we've been doing on earth for so long.
Well said. Thank you. That was perfect. So I'm going to take a little of these particles. Part of for me was, do we really want to be putting Gans in every single one of, that you got to make the Gans, and the Gans, is a process, and it takes a lot of babysitting and things. So you don't really need to use that many particles. And if anything, you can just use the plasma water. So the Gans, plasma is a different state of matter than the Gans. So the Gans is one step away from the plasma. And the Gans is formed out of the interaction of the fields of elements. And then from the interaction of the fields of the Ganses, the plasma is created.
And how did you make that hole in the ping pong ball?
I actually took a drill bit.
Okay.
I tried just to poke it at first, but it was easier to use a drill bit very carefully. And
I know Heather uses a hot poker to poke holes in something.
That would be a good idea too.
Yeah.
So these are all just different CO2 Ganses here, and I'm just putting a little bit, not much. It's really up to you. You could just do what you want here. This is a crystal. I'm going to suck some of this water off the top here and stick that in there too. I'm going to end up filling this all with liquid, but not so many particles. This was a CO2 that I put some iodine and trace minerals in when it was made. So it's a little different color, but it's got a lot of different minerals and stuff in there. And I think it's, I take sips off of this one. This is my favorite one to actually sip on, if you're going to sip the plasma water. But you got to be very careful that they are settled.
Yes. And did you just add caustic to that and rinse it, or did you run it through a CO2 Gans making process?
Through a CO2 Gans making process.
Right. That's what I've been doing as well. So, and we have some other videos on that. So we're not going to get into the details of that right now, but I love the alchemy that you're using right here. I think it's such an important thing to see. And I've learned this from you and other people. And I go, oh, wow, you know, the level of alchemy that we can do with this stuff.
The basic premise is that we can make it more complicated if we want, but if we intend that this device heals the world, that's the intent. It'll do that. And so doing our best not to make it more complicated by saying, okay, well, I'm going to do 15 milliliters of this, I'm going to do 20 milliliters of that. That's what I'm headed for. And then since there's quite a bit of room left in the ball, this is all plasma infused water, just a mixture of a whole bunch of them that I have. And this actually mixture we've been going up and treating waterways with. So if you put some of the structured water into a stream and you can feel energy, you will feel that stream thank you with love.
Yeah, I've been doing that here with the Gulf.
Oh, wow, yeah.
And I'm putting a lot of the salt water that I'm washing off of my Gans back into the ocean as well.
Oh, neat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would like to see, there was someone who was going to let me try to clear their water in a fish pond. And then another person that has like this mining thing, and I have not been able to get a mixture together that will help clear the water like we've seen with the group in Ghana that took and tested a couple of their rivers on their own, and they took it to a professional lab, and then they did the experiment with the putting the Gans in the water, and the Gans cleared and made the water drinkable from one of their most polluted rivers.
Wow. Right. Well, they did that in Africa too, right?
Yeah, that's the one. Ghana.
That's the one you're talking about, right?
Do I have the wrong place? What place did you
No, you're right, Ghana. And then I know Mr. Keshe also kind of inspired them in Japan to use, I think they're using the CUO Gans in the Fukushima.
Yes. That's an amazing thing. I mean, it's kind of not exactly what is on the news, but
right.
That showed how someone had given the technology to them. They knew that had happened, and the guy that gave it to them actually testified that they did. And they're using that to clean up and actually reclaim some of the metals in there, lots of gold and stuff. So this hot glue gun was set at 100 watts, which I noticed when I put that on there that it might melt the ball. So I'm kind of time to make sure that end is totally closed. But I just feel like the hot glue is too hot right now for some reason. So there we have it. It was so hard for me to make ever a Gans ball until like a month ago. I don't know why. That's easy.
That's awesome. I bought some ping pong balls at Walmart the other day for like $1.52 for 6 of them. And I'm just really excited to fill them up with Gans water.
And there is a potential that these reactors might get, basically down to where they're just balls. What were you talking about? The ones that were spinning, like just hanging from your ceiling and spinning?
Yeah, I'd like to do that with them. Just hang them and let them, or hang them outdoors and let them naturally spin in the wind.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna let that cool down, and let's look at the status. There we go. Stick to it.
So are you there, Whitney? It is dark.
I can make a lid.
Oh, you just came back.
Was I gone?
You were gone for a minute. Oh, that's beautiful. Tell us what you've got there.
Okay, so there is both of them glued pretty well together. And I want this lid to be movable, but it also needs to get wired in. So just adjusting it here to where it would look nice. And I'm gonna glue that wire in there. And see how that, let's see. Okay, so these guys, let's just wire them together now. This is your source and your source. It's parallel. How you hook these together is parallel. So your source to your source end, and your magnetical to your magnetical. Now you can see that you don't have to leave it this long. A lot of
And
extra.
will you repeat what that is in the electrical? Is that the
This is the plasma source of both the inside and the outside box.
okay.
So we twist it together. That becomes the gravitational in of the whole device.
Right. And that's going to go to the live wire or the not live wire?
This one is going to go to the live wire.
Okay.
So the silver aluminum side negative is going to get attached to the hot wire. And I'm going to make this shorter by wrapping this together here. So gently, there we go. Okay, so here we got the two magneticals. I want to think about how I want this to look on the device. Okay, let's and also this is where you don't want the hot glue to get all the way down the end. I did have hot glue accidentally on these, and so I just poured some of the caustic water on a piece of tissue and cleaned it up. Okay, so this already looks crazy enough to have so many wires running everywhere, but since there's this nice little space here, I'm going to do the wrap for the wire here, so then I can glue it in and the cord will just come out of it. And looks like this is probably going to end up laying that way. So let's get the cord.
And so Whitney, you are doing this without gloves on at this point.
Yeah, everything's pretty much covered with glue and stuff.
Okay.
Okay, so we have our here's the male part of our cut in half 12-foot extension cord. And if you don't have 12 feet, it's fine. It's just about having more wire. And we're going to take the negative or the neutral, and we're going to wire that to, what do we say, the positive? I know this so well because I actually wired my first 3 to be plasma only units.
You tell us.
They work either way. If you have this attached here or this attached here, just one won't work with the electrical system the same way. So it's just a switch of this wire. I think I mentioned that earlier. I'd say that. So here was the negative. I don't want to be confusing, but how we've said it so far.
Please don't be confusing. Just give us a straight story without adding too many other things in.
You know the opposite if you know the off on. So for the power device, you want to put the neutral with the positive magnetical. And let's do that. And I kind of wrapped it this way because it's kind of hard to get these things to really want to stay on each other here. So this was more for security. And then electrical tape. So you want to be careful. I mean, this is where we're messing with wiring and stuff. Be very careful to make sure you wrap all of the wires completely. And like I said, I'm not a professional, but I grew up in construction. My dad was a general contractor, so I guess I've been using electrical tape for a while. It does help if you kind of pull on it to get that nice tight wrap.
So Whitney, I think 100 years from now or 50 years from now, we're going to look back and go, man, those people who were in that civilization, they were using electricity and they were trying to switch over to plasma, and they had to make these newfangled units to plug into their, their old system. And it's kind of neat that we are, we're able to do this in a way where we are kind of merging with the old system that's there. And we're doing this dance instead of just going and living off the grid and stopping everything that we're doing. We're keeping going with everything as it is, but we're adding something new into it. Don't you think that's kind of happening right now with the Magrav unit, with this unit and others?
It's fascinating to figure out how to do this connection between the physical and the non-physical. I mean, you're right.
But this is what Keshe is doing with the Magrav units as well. And I think there's really a brilliance to this, that instead of saying, hey, let's just stop everything we're doing and start something new, let's develop something that can merge with the old system. It's amazing, really.
And there was something that came to me about, there's some people that say, oh, that's Keshe versus something else and technology. And really, all of this is and. It is not one or, it's and. And so you can benefit by the information coming from, many people, and it doesn't have to be an either or thing. We're kind of past the age of following gurus, and now we're here as equal beings on Earth. And we all feel, if we're led to work with this kind of stuff, we feel like we should be doing something, and that's what we're choosing to do. But it's all for the best of what's going on in the world. And I can't wait to see the hospitals go away, because I believe strongly in that. I've kind of been on a personal quest to figure out how to heal instantly, learning Reiki energy and all that my whole life. And I think that this is the closest. We want to be gentle with our bodies and let them heal a little bit more over time than instantly, Here is something that is scientific, And it also completely, I haven't seen anything that doesn't jive with my, what I've learned on energy work from healing and Reiki and things like that. It's all the same thing. That's pretty not beautiful, but we'll put it in a box and cover it up.
Explain to us about the two ends, just review really quick what you connected.
Okay, so here at the bottom of the box, we had the two positive magneticals hooked to the neutral wire of the electrical wire, okay, and the source, plasma source, to the hot wire. And then you can just...
And the source is the gravitational, right?
Yes. So this is where you can also get really crazy with glue. I really like to have all the electrical connections completely covered up. And your little box is wired. And you can run it like this, or you can run it with something inside. So it's not like you have to have something to put inside of here. It's already working with what it's got. I'll probably layer more glue on this later. So this is kind of where you got to be creative if you want to put your plasma ball in the middle. I've had to kind of glue in and build up a little platform in there. So you can figure out a way to cradle that. You can either glue it in permanently, or you could create a little platform in there to put a crystal on if you wanted to open this up and say put one of your favorite crystals inside of there. But you could also just put the crystal on top of the whole box. So it depends. I kind of think that I'd like to switch things out. Try this, try that, put different kinds in, see how I feel, how it changes the feeling. One of the things that I wanted to explain about this thing is that it creates a flower of life energetically. So there's a 360 degrees in a circle, and there's 360 elements, and there's 360 emotions. They're all tied in an interesting way. But the combination of all these fields generates a pattern that is 8 more than 360, so it overlaps a little bit. So this provides a flower of life of consistent, coherent energy. And that's why when you got 2 of these, one sitting here and one next to you, and those fields are overlapping, that's a very healing and beneficial place to put your body. Okay, so now this is the plug-in part. Okay, so for a lot of people with plasma energy, what you need is a load. And my layman's knowledge of what a load is. A load is a lamp, is something like a fan that is always on, and it is plugged in to complete the circuit. This is just for completing the circuit, basically, of the plasma energy device, of that induction field. So everything, well, when we get it done, I'll show you how the energy runs through everything. But so what we're going to do with the power bar is we're going to splice into a couple inches right before the power bar. And I already opened it up. That was just so that if I massacred this, I could do something else. We don't want to touch anything to do with the ground or the this other white, the ground and the neutral wire. We want the hot wire. So US electrical systems, the black one is the hot wire. That's the only thing that we're tapping into. We're going to take the energy from the wall. We're going to run it to here, and then it's going to go all the way through our device, come back, and go to here. So that means that the neutral between the wall and here is really short. It's just this. We're adding lots of wire onto this one, all the wire inside the device and all the wire, the extension cords. So that's creating the potential difference. All right. So you cut this and you're going to splice it on as pretty as you can. If you make any cuts in the other wires accidentally when you open up that sheath, make sure that you repair them with electrician's tape. And here we want to take off enough to get a good connection. Twist those guys. Oh, see, I nicked one. I'll have to repair that. So yeah, this is not too hard to do. You can also plug in, you can use one of these and still plug in like 3 units into the rest of the line. So you don't have to have 2 of these per household. You can just have 1 of these per household and then 2 units. See where I nicked that? Make sure.
That's good to know, Whitney. We can plug more than 1 unit into this power strip.
Yes, and this unit is not where the unit is plugged in. It is just where the load is, and you can also, I've had my cell phone and my computer and everything else on there. Here is the 3 units I've got running right now in the room. They're plugged into this. So I did trip a wire. I plugged my 2nd unit. I was so excited to plug it in. I didn't plug it in here. I plugged it in here, and I did the fuse snapped, so that I just had to go put the breaker back on. But I didn't know where the breaker was. Always look for your breaker box before you go do something like that, especially at 3 o'clock in the morning.
But then did you plug it in a new place when you, after you did the breaker and you flipped the breaker back on, did you plug it in a new place or?
Yeah, I just, when I got all the power running and I determined that it wasn't any damage to the electrical system of the house, everything was functioning fine, then I just plugged it in properly and turned it on and everything worked fine.
And what is properly? Help us understand.
Okay, so, well, let's do this and then I'll, because this is part of it.
Perfect.
The only thing that you need to plug in here is a lamp. Here, I got this little guy from the thrift store for $1.50. This is my load. It's like a dial on your plasmatic device. It's always on. It completes the circuit for the plasma. But it'd almost be cool to have a lamp you could dial up and dial down, because I think that actually would impact the plasma in the house. So this is the only thing really plugged into here, unless you want to plug in your cell phone or whatever you want to plug in to those other plugins. But it doesn't mean that the electricity from your wall isn't powering that. It doesn't mean that plasma power is powering everything in here right now. The house still needs to condition. Okay, so let's get this part done. So here we've got, this is the hot wire now that I've got out and stripped. What we want, and this could all change, not change, but I mean, it could look prettier in the future, but we're just gonna get it done. We're gonna take the female part of the extension cord that we cut up, and we're gonna wire it right here. So we're going to take the live wire.
Very cool.
We're going to take, this is coming from the wall. We're going to take the live wire and we're going to just run it through the whole thing first. So I am sure there's a beautiful way to do this that I don't know right now, and I'm just going to get it done. I know there's electricians out there that are probably turning over in their sleep there. Okay.
Oh my God. Definitely.
So this is easy and it's doable, and the energy fields feel awesome. So I'm excited to offer this, you know, through Mike and work on the whole project to get this information out, because this is definitely, I think I could see kids making them. That would be a fun project, wouldn't it? Have kids come out and.
Definitely.
Okay, so that was the live. We curly cued the neutral because we're so smart. And
so Whitney, repeat to us which end from your cube unit it is that is getting, no, I'm sorry, the electrical cord. You're connecting.
that one here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's the end that we cut in half. We cut a cord in half. And that's the one with this fat end, the female end. We're taking that and we're splicing it onto the power bar. So basically we're taking the live wire and running it through to the device, back out of the device and into the power bar. So that's all we patched into here. We haven't altered anything else.
Are you connecting to the neutral wire also, or just the live wire?
The neutral comes back and so yes, this is the neutral here. Can you see that? There's the live and here's the neutral.
Perfect.
So in a way, it's just making the circuit back. You know, we cut this in half, normally it goes straight here. Instead, we're inserting this whole line of stuff. And then,
but you really only cut the live wire in that power strip, and one end of it is connected to the live wire in the cord, and the other one is connected to the neutral wire in the cord, right?
Yep. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I want this to be so pretty, but I'll get better at it. Maybe there's different ways of getting this done. I mean, I thought about power bars that you could screw off the back here and maybe, you know, do this wiring inside somehow. But I heard it said for organic food, if everybody just could get past that their food doesn't all have to look pretty, we'd probably have a lot more food on the planet to eat.
Probably true.
Yeah.
And if it all was organic, it might actually get prettier over time, because we'd be nourishing the soil. I've been pouring Gans water in my garden out back. Oh my God, my plants are gargantuan.
So are they bigger? What do you
They're bigger.
huh?
They're bigger. They're just growing like crazy. This whole yard looks like a fairyland. I've been putting Gans water and everything. And natural, you know, fertilizers and stuff. I've been getting seagrass that's been washing into the coast and broken down manure from a goat farm. But I know it's more than that. It's the Gans water too. So it's been very interesting.
Okay, I think I've wrapped that enough there. All right. So now we have some ganglion looking stuff. Pretty obvious that goes to the wall. Then you got your unit. And say you even have right here, you got 3 plugins. So 3 units. So you plug your unit in there. Where's the guy we just made? Here's the guy we just made together. Lots of cords. I hope it's visible there. You plug it into here. So then you can move these around. You can sit with your hands on them. That's what I did last night. It was amazing. And let's see, this is dry. Should we just plug it in live right now? Show everybody that it works?
You're going to have to be the decider of that. You're looking to see that things are dry and that they're really coated with glue, right?
Yeah, I think it's all right. The only thing is, you know, I took when I cut the extension cord, I put the ends in the ash water. But when I wrapped them all, I didn't feel any moisture. So I think, sorry about my head here. I think that this is best plugged into a wall outlet and not into another power bar itself. So I'm going to plug this directly into the wall. And I'm going to take my little lamp here. And the worst thing that can happen is you trip the breaker. So just, yeah, that's the worst thing that can happen here. Of course, maybe not standing next to it so close, but I really don't have an option here. So we're going to just turn it on. So it's on.
Rock on.
How the power bar is on? Can you see the power bar?
Yes, we can see the power bar. We can see the lamp. We can see your 2 units. That's awesome, Whitney.
So there you go. It's already, put this down. Let's feel this. Okay, there's electricity going in. It's starting to gather magnetic or gravitationally. A plasma in the middle. So it's running as is. If you want to put something like that Gans ball we made in, you can put it in the middle. And if you want to grade a box, see, I'm touching, those wires are pretty bare there. I felt a little tingle of something here, but there's some bare wires, touching the bare wires. So that nano coating really does act like a coating on there, but it could be broken or something. No heat. There you go. There's
wow,
your.
that is amazing.
That's probably bright.
That is really cool.
All plugged in the same time. No waiting or anything. It's very nice to be able to sit with both of them and feel them. So like, okay, if I feel this right here, I can feel a little bit of a pulse going on. And that's one thing that Mike Nashif was showing us, is that to wire, to electricity and plasma flow differently. So he actually, when he created this, created it backwards so that it would work with electricity. And I think that's one of the reasons that, you know, we've been all trying to get our Magravs and stuff up. I think that those were all things that everybody's been working out on that.
Right.
All right. Wow, that's exciting. I can't believe we did this all on, what is it, 3 or 4 hours now?
That is amazing. And thank you so much for all your great preparation. Are you, now, so those are infinities that you just set there, right?
Yes, I had these nano coating. These are going to Sweden. And they're like a little wish. This is something anybody can make and make a little wish there. So yesterday we were looking at what the differences were, and right here is where the ends are together. So I'm going to hold that with my left hand. And when I go to turn with my right, you can see how if I was to turn that, that would get all bent. So this is a counterclockwise turn. That would bend over this one if I turned it more. This is the clockwise one. So here's the wire. If I was going to bend this way, then that wire is going over it. So this is creating 0-point energy in the middle and then pulsing out, gravitational magnetical pulses there. And this one is pushing energy, magnetical. So until we understand all of the impacts of a device, if you have a device that you don't really feel good around, turn it off or cut the wire. You know, there could be something that maybe you're just not comfortable with, but like, I don't know if everybody would want to have a magnetical 8 running around. I think a gravitational would be probably best to do as a wish. So if you're making a wish, when you're bending this wire and you're doing it, you're thinking about that person and you're sending them a sincere, heartfelt wish from your heart as you're making it. And then you're sealing that intention. You can make this into a pendant. They could wear it on their chest. You could make it, and you could just, you know, after your nano coating, what I do is put some coconut oil on it. The coconut oil.
Which twist is this, Whitney? Is this clockwise or counterclockwise?
This is the clockwise one.
Okay.
Clockwise. And I put some essential oils in the coconut oil. And just put it on like it's like a skin. So this is my sincere wish for Dan in Sweden, that he and his family are pain-free and have good lives. And so you can do this. This is a very simple way, but probably one of the most effective. And if you took this and straightened it out and first wrapped some wire around it, you could make a health pen and then actually twist it into a figure 8. So you'd have wire running around there too. That could be a way you do it. Mike showed that on a video. So there's there you go.
Awesome, awesome. So
what do you think? Are we ready to wrap it up?
I think we're ready to wrap it up. A few, yeah, if you can get in a position, we can do a few closing words. Hi there.
Oh.
Wow, thank you for all that amazing, great work. Very, very, very cool.
Thank you, and thanks to everyone. I hope that you use this and you can build your own infinity Q. And I really want to thank Mike Nashif for sharing this technology and this design and how amazing that it works. And all of the background knowledge we've learned from everyone who has been teaching relentlessly nanotechnology in the last year. So thank you very much. And this information will be listed on Many Hands for Peace website. So Many Hands, the number 4 peace.com in the future. Right now it's still under development, but the links that you need will be under this video as well. So
Great. And we'll get as many links under this video on YouTube that we can, and whatever blog post this goes in on my end, so that people can access the written information that you've put together, and the Many Hands for Peace website. And I just want to thank all the students out there too that are learning all of these things and are giving birth to new ideas, because it's really a planetary group process. It's not even just a handful. It's amazing.
I see us all sitting around the table. I don't know if everybody knows James Robitaille, who is the QEG inventor, and his family. I see us, all of us are really on the edge, and we are the team. So I see us sitting around sharing ideas, and really catapulting us to the next level if we can all come together with these new technologies and really do something massively exciting. But you can start right here in your own home.
Yeah, and we're opening up the doors to healing, to peace, to clearing the energy fields around us, to nourishing ourselves, to potentially going to space and time travel and getting our vehicles to run better and reducing our need for petroleum-based energy products. And it's really a big leap. It's a big transition for us to learn all these things and begin implementing them in many ways. There isn't just one way. There isn't just one tool. And, I want to honor the Keshe Foundation's, Magrav unit, which is one kind of thing that has been kind of leading the way. And there's a lot of people that have been working on that. And the ideas for space travel that are coming forward. But then things like this that are being born in the periphery by the bright minds that have been associated with this work one way or another. So
it is so fascinating to see all of us collectively making all these inventions in our garages, in our homes. I feel so much love when I really get in connect with how many people are out there. No one even knows. They're following silently and they're doing their thing. I just think it's awesome. I would love that grid of connection that we have together like that.
Yes.
And I would encourage anybody who wants to say, hey, I'm part of Many Hands. It doesn't have to be a part of there's really nothing to join. This is just really a resource, and that anybody can use so that we can get this project done on Earth together. And so we've been making little memes for the internet. You can take a picture of your hands working on any type of this healing or technologies, anything for peace, and write on it what your sincere wish is for humanity. What you wish sincerely for someone else is what's coming back to you. And so you really have to get to that heart-centered wish and write that on the photo, however you do it. And then also just a little blurb on the bottom explaining how what that technology is for. Is it a health pen to help heal pain? Just to give just 2 sentences, something very light, but just enough to start getting out on the web. If we pass these pictures around, we're just informing the public a little bit and helping them shift to start to see this technology as something that they could use for themselves. And there is a wave right now coming in. I've had so many not phone calls, but contacts on Facebook get a hold of me, asking me questions, and that's fine. I'm here to do whatever I can do. So if you want to join.
Yeah, I just want to honor. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Finish.
Oh, there's a Many Hands for the letter 4 or number 4 peace Facebook group that you can, or page that you can join. And I'm going to post a post with the, there's no logo. I just kind of created something, but a Many Hands for Peace little JPEG or something that you can put onto your photo. So it says Many Hands for Peace. your picture, what your wish is, and then, what it is for.
Awesome. Yeah, I just want to honor you for your detailed mind and your ability to take something like this through step by step and teach it. It's just really wonderful to get to look over your shoulder and learn like this. And I hope many people will take advantage of learning how to make this unique and very cool little plasma device that you can have in your home. And there's so much more to do and know and learn, and we're just going to keep on the path and keep doing it.
All right. Well, to everybody, I wish you a fond farewell until we meet next time. And Cary, thank you so much. I've been enjoying our sistership, and look forward to our next one, which could probably be on pain pens, infinity pain pens. If you'd like to make another one,
That'd be great.
Doing a lot of those too. So
cool, awesome. All right,
All
remember
right.
to breathe, smile, offload your own old data, and we are the ones we've been waiting for.
Let's do it.
Center in love. Love you all. See you soon.